Ferme in the West End car park for the last and final day of this year's trial.
Yeah, it's gone so quickly, hasn't it? It always does, and the days just roll by from one to the next, and here we are at day 6, 7th of May 2022. The elections have all been run, and Dougie Lampkin's back in the lead at the Scottish 6 Days trial on the Vertigo.
There you go, that's the news really, that's it. We're right, it's out finished now.
That's it.
We go home.
Go home now.
It is Nevis Radio, I'm John Weller. John Moffat is the guru, you're next to me, aren't you all, and every day this week.
Yeah, well, people say that I'm the guru, but that's actually just the name of my website, Trials Guru, which was set up in 2014 just to record the history of motorcycle trials. But no, I don't know everything. It's impossible to know everything. And
you're pretty good though.
Well, I've been around a long time. Probably that's my advantage, is that I've been here for...
Your attention for facts and figures is amazing.
Well, I've got one of these sort of...
annoying brains.
Annoying brains.
Sit around at a party, go out for a drink.
Yeah.
Do you remember back when?
Aye.
Yeah. Back at the studio, Simon, a very good morning to you.
This is the earliest I've been up on a Saturday in a long, long time.
It's daylight though.
Yeah, what is that?
How are things back there? Everything okay?
Everything's working. Yep.
Good.
Yep, we're getting there.
No hitses, pops and crackles?
It's quite nice today. Let's not jinx it, shall we?
No, let's not do that. We already had little jinx. We sorted that one out though.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, a bit scary. Sort of looking at things, lights are on, but nothing's coming out. But we'll talk about that one later.
Yeah.
Dan's here for the 6th day. He's not very well.
I got a question on that front yesterday. I was asked, why is Dan being replaced with Lucy?
We sort of started, though, we're doing just some sound checks or whatever, and he put on his silly voice.
That's right, he did.
His Lucy voice. So Lucy every now comes out of the closet and then goes back away.
Fair dues.
Once a year.
Was there not a television programme called I Dream of Lucy or something?
I Love Lucy, isn't it?
I Love Lucy, that was it, yeah. But, oh no, I've got to say that. Oh no.
No.
Oh no.
I Dream of Jeannie, I think, the other
That
one.
was it, yeah, I get me mixed up with my old programme.
You're getting your women mixed up.
Well, television programmes for one thing, that's a long time ago.
In the Thistle Access trailer all this week, Mrs W's been pushing buttons and tweeting and doing stuff all over the place.
Yeah.
It's been quite hectic in there. Yeah. What we do plan a bit later on, we'll maybe give you a look a bit around what we have been doing, so the viewers can actually see how this sort of operates from our end. We thought it would be quite nice to do that. Yeah,
and you don't stand on the ramp. I didn't realise that when
don't
you stand
touch the
on
ramp.
It sort of levitates things and puts things off, so you've got to do things from the ground and not on the ramp. So first man away today, rider 241 Andy McDonald, originally from this area, from Lochaber, from Fort William in fact, now a member of the Dunfermline club because he lives down in the Central Belt, riding a Monteza Honda 4RT. I've just been speaking to his father, Alistair McDonald, known locally as Ginty. We've known each other for many, many years, in fact, longer than we even worked out. In fact, it goes back to about 1960.
Blimey.
And I actually was at his father's house, which used to be called Falcha, but people know it now as Hunting Tower Lodge, on the Akintor Road. And when you're little, when you're about 2 years old, you're just coming out in nappies, you sometimes have problems wearing big boy pants, and I always remember my mum pointing at them on the washing line. Now, don't do anything else now, because that's their last pair of pants, and it's got to last you a couple of days. And I
You're
remember
getting emotional.
Yeah, and these two big boys were playing round about, and that was Ginty and his younger brother Hugh.
They were playing around your pants?
No, they were just playing around the house, and I was just in awe of everything. But no, Hugh's out in Australia now. He's in Brisbane, and he phoned in the other day. So that's the McDonald family. Long association with our family, longer than we care to remember.
Wow.
So Andy's away out first this morning, and he'll be the leading man today on day 6 of the Scottish 6 Days trial.
Our sponsors all this week have been Trial Magazine.
Trial Magazine,
Michelin Tires.
Yeah.
Lockheed Net.
Yeah, for the connections.
Thistle Access.
The
use of the trailer. Fort William Hire Centre.
Yeah, for the extendable boom.
Dale Monk and the Crofter Bar down at the hub.
Yeah.
Apico
Factory Racing have come in this year, which is very good. A new addition to the partners that we have keeping the ball rolling.
Nevis Bakery. For the shortbread. Keeping us sustained. David Dignan.
That's right, for the awning.
Been chatting to him, he's been talking about stuff, so we had a long chat with him. And there's a gentleman behind you, I'm not sort of going to point him out too much, but he's part of the security team, and every morning he's helped us get the gazebo up.
Ah, right, I see.
So he's been the one in the reflective, right in the, right there.
Gentleman here,
that gentleman
yes.
there.
Right.
So he's up, they have the security every night, and it's a security team which is brought in just to make sure this compound is
secure.
Safe and secure. But every morning he gets out, comes out and helps put up the gazebo.
Good.
So little things, all the
I
little bits.
wondered how the gazebo got up before I arrived every morning.
Magic.
I thought it was some sort of levitation.
It's the gazebo fairies.
You could see both fairies come and put it.
And most nights put away after you've gone as well.
Yeah, well,
not saying anything.
I have actually put it away
you have.
once.
You
I
have.
managed to come back in time, yeah. I see you've done a repair there.
We have, yeah. I did speak to David about
roof
it.
repairs.
A roof. I've got me proper hat on now.
Yeah.
My daily job.
Great.
But no, it's all good.
And the weather is
It's rather
bad.
pleasant, actually. I've got no jacket on.
This is actually, I would say, an ideal day for riding a motorcycle cross country like this.
Yeah. You've got all the gear on anyway, so that keeps you warm.
It's bright, you can see where you're going, it's not raining.
No.
Okay, the moors will be a wee bit damp now because obviously there's been a good bit of rain on them. But, you know, as far as a rider's concerned, not too hot. I mean, yesterday, round after Piper's Burn, two guys that we're following round, Danny Lamont and Stephen Moffat from Inverness, they stopped at the side of the road, got their jackets off, took their layer off, you know, the layers that they wear, and put their riding shirts back on and their jackets because they're just too much on for riding. And it wasn't cold, I think that was the thing, but it had been raining in the morning. Afternoon, lovely afternoon, very, very scenic out there, of course, out by Roubarou and places like that on the Moidart Peninsula.
Lovely. Some good pictures going around the way. I've been seeing those over the various people posting stuff. It's lovely.
Absolutely.
Are we doing the weather? Tune, ad, come back?
Yeah, we can do that. Do you want to pick a tune? Because I've not got one in the system.
The Beatles, I Feel Fine.
Hang on, my mouse has gone to sleep. There we go. Beatles, you say?
Hang on. He's been talking about his big boy pants and your mouse gone to sleep.
No, not my mouth. My mouse.
Oh, mouse.
Yeah.
I'm sure you said mouth.
No,
yeah,
mouse.
We both did.
You know the thing, the mouse, the pointing device.
I thought you'd been sucking on a gum of some kind.
No. Sorry, what Beatles tune was it?
I Feel Fine.
I Feel Fine. Yeah, we can do
something a bit different. We don't normally sort of play that. But and if you want to get in contact with us, you can tweet and we'll give you those informations very, very shortly.
Yeah, we'll do that in a bit because I'm guessing there's a competition today as well.
We've got the final competition of the day. Had people come down yesterday, pick up some prizes, which was good.
Good.
It's nice to see the winners.
Yeah, indeed.
Are you enjoying the highlighter?
Yes.
Nice, isn't it? Yeah. Right, ready when you are.
Here you go.
Today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
It's going to be a dry day almost everywhere with good, bright or sunny periods. However, the odd light afternoon shower may develop towards the Great Glen. Light winds with a maximum high of 17 degrees centigrade, 63 Fahrenheit. Tonight, a generally dry evening and night with some clear spells, though high cloud will increase and the Hebrides may have the odd spot of rain later on. A minimum overnight low, 4 degrees centigrade, 39 Fahrenheit.
That was today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
The tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin Tires have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smart. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smart. The world time has come to. In the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so make it cool and look smart. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so make it do be cool and look smart. The world time has come to. You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can do be cool and look smart. The world time
Tires, clothing distributor, proud to be supporting the Scottish 6 Days Trial.
The Scottish 6-Day Trial on Nevis Radio is sponsored by Michelin and Trial Magazine.
So we are down here. It is the final day. It's always, I find it quite sad in a way, but a bit of a relief. It's sort of that, it's hard work.
Yeah.
Even for what we do, you think we're just sitting here talking, but there's a fair bit of work goes on behind the scenes.
The Saturday morning can be quite sort of, get out of bed, another 5:45 rise, and here we go. And
nice breakfast this morning, was it?
Pardon?
Nice breakfast.
Nice breakfast as always. Mr. Roger Mount, the former three times trials champion of Scotland. He makes the breakfast, does it really, really well, and I always get a bit of crack with Roger in the morning. Maybe that's why I was a little bit late, I suppose.
Today was good.
Yeah.
Today was good.
Today was good.
And on the fuelling, we spoke about that very briefly. Has that been sorted out now? Are all bikes running okay, do you know?
They appear to be.
Yeah, those sort of lasting effects at the moment.
I'm not aware of anybody going out because of the fuel contamination, but I can't say 100% that nobody's out. But there could be other issues that can affect a bike as well, other than maybe dodgy fuel. But
I've heard there's about 20-25 bikes out the competition altogether at the moment, something like that.
Is that right? Yeah.
Some have gone home, some are sort of, because some people have got to get, I don't know whether they just work so far and do the 4 days or 5 days and then they've got to get somewhere else, but just chatting to somebody earlier on the panel, there's about 20-25 retirals.
Right, well, I know that one of the guys, Conor Payton, broke his collarbone.
All right.
He had his x-rays up on social media last night.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. And it looked definitely broken to me, and I'm not a doctor. So, a couple of incidents and such like, people have gone out. So, it's just one of these things. It is a big event. There's a lot of competitors, and a lot of things can happen. And that's kind of par for the course. But fortunately, nothing too serious, I suppose. 1 or 2 injuries. And the trial goes on. So.
But it is a physical sport. I mean, you just watch them bouncing up. I was watching Emma Bristow. She put a few videos up yesterday. Yeah. And you just look at her arms and legs and think, how do you do that, girl? How do you do that?
A lot of people used to say to me, oh, you're into motorbikes, are you? Yeah, I do trials. It's a sport. And they go, yeah, but the bike does everything. You think, well, I'll tell you what, I'll hand you my bike. You give it a go and tell me if the bike does everything.
She was just so flexible. She was moving. She was part of the suspension on the bike. It was amazing to watch.
Let's be honest about it. Emma Bristow's an athlete. When you think about it, she's an athlete. I mean, no disrespect to any other sport, but it's a very physically demanding sport as trials. You've got a motorcycle to contend with. You've got the terrain to contend with. You've got to be fit, and we've always said when we've been talking about this, you've got to be bike fit for the Scottish 6 Days Trial. A lot of people have said to me, why don't you give it one more go? And you say, well, age is against me. But there's guys your age riding. No, I'm not fit enough, not bike fit enough to do this event, and you've got to have the mental aptitude to take the job on. I don't really think I would get round now, and I would be kidding myself if I put an entry in for this event. It's just beyond me now. Little local events, and even the Highland Classic, it's a big event, and it's 200 competitors, but it's a different type of event from the Scottish 6 Days. It uses the same rules. It's a no-stop event, but it's for older bikes. And somebody once accused me of being a bit old-fashioned. Oh, you're only interested in old bikes, John. Yeah, we get that, but times are moving on. And to that, I just say to them, well, now I can say to them, 1st of July, I've got the latest bit of kit coming on the road. KTM 690 Enduro R, perimeter frame, fuel injection, the whole thing, quick shifter. Oh, it's high tech enough. Don't get me wrong. I like my old bikes, but I also like modern ones. Yeah. And I like these electric motion E-Pures. I haven't seen them in action, but they're light and purposeful, and they're getting round. That's the main thing. Okay, they've maybe got a different fueling system, and they've got to change batteries, etc. But the electric is the future, one way or another. I'm still not convinced on electric cars. I like the hybrid idea, but with the motorcycles, that would be impossible. There's too much technology to go into to make a hybrid bike, for example, petrol and electric. I think the E-Pure is probably the way that things will go. Maybe not completely. It'll maybe take a bit of time. But certainly, if legislation comes in that you're not allowed to build any more motorcycles with internal combustion engines, then that's what we're looking at for the Scottish in the future.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Can I jump in? I've been trolling the internet looking at videos and seeing what we can potentially utilise today, but some of them I can't use. However, You were talking yesterday about people sort of using the bike and being bike fit and everything else. There's some footage online, which I'm guessing you would have probably seen, of a few riders going up a burn yesterday, which, to be fair, was fair going for it.
Was that Piper's burn yesterday, wasn't it?
I can't remember which one it was, but it looked pretty extreme to get up that burn. And the ones I saw, they actually managed to go up without putting their feet down, which I think is just mental.
Well, the thing is, Piper's burn didn't go so far up because the water was a bit deep, I believe, at the top. But it is a fairly tough section, Piper's burn. It's not a silly section, you know. It's not extreme in as far as trials are concerned. But it does take a few marks, and it does take a lot of concentration to ride. It's fairly steep. It's very rocky. And it's not very forgiving. If you get it wrong, you get it wrong, and that's a 5. In fact, you heard Gary McDonald on, was it Tuesday, Gary was in, and he was saying, well, he actually lost the trial at Piper's Burn in 2003, I think it was, his second attempt, and it was just pressure. He was under a lot of pressure. Everybody saying, oh, go Gary, you know, you got the leader plate on, and it was Piper's Burn that actually was his nemesis. I don't think he can go past the place but having horrors.
Flashbacks.
Flushes and things.
So the competition today, to win 2 goodie bags and an umbrella.
Yeah, thanks very much this week to Michelin and also Motorex Oil of Switzerland for putting together some merchandise that we've got going, the goodie bag and the umbrella. So the first question is, which car have Trial Magazine used at the 2022 Scottish 6 Days Trial? So there has been a car going about this week. Which car have Trial Magazine been utilising at the 2022 Scottish 6 Days Trial? That's a more difficult one.
Before you do question 2, now, do you want make a model or just to make?
Just to make.
Just to make. Just to clear.
Yeah.
Just to clear that.
Grey one.
Yeah. So that's it. You don't have to tell me which model of car, just the car, the actual manufacturer. The goodie bag part 2 is, who is the most successful Scottish 6 Days rider? Now that would equate to who has won the Scottish 6 Days Trial more times than any other competitor, because that makes you the most successful one. Okay?
Just and if you think you know the answers, you can get in touch with us by dropping us your answers, and indeed anything else you wish to pass over. You can WhatsApp the studio, or you can phone us on 01397 706 100. You can text Nevis to 82228 on your phone. That is charged at your normal network rate. You can email us at studio@nevisradio.co.uk, or find us on Facebook, Instagram and YouTube under Nevis Radio Official, or find us on Twitter under Nevis Radio. Use the hashtag SSDT2022.
First rider away in what, 7.5 minutes, something like that?
Yeah, 7:30 this morning. It's rider number 241, which is Andrew McDonald. He should be in the Parc Ferme now. I can't actually see him. I can see other riders, but maybe he's round the corner.
Maybe it's possible. I'll tell you what, if we do a tune now, come back, we'll have a look at the routes then. Does that
Are we
work
doing
for
a
you?
tune? Do I do tune and ads? We'll do ads.
How do you want to work it? John? Tune?
Tune. Let me see now. Let's give this
the
some
tune list.
thought. Well, if I can find my tune list.
The paper's got a bit damp this week, hasn't it?
Well,
most people have Spotify playlists. You've brought like a spreadsheet.
He's got a spreadsheet. He's got the information.
Oh,
that
here's
even
a
how
cracker.
long the tune is.
I wonder if you've got this one. It's not too long. Mott the Hoople, All the Young Dudes.
Oh, we got that one for sure.
Oh, hopefully, yes.
You're just relying on me being
A
able to
classic.
type.
I think it was on the CBS record label.
Yeah. Yeah, written by none other than the late David Bowie, I believe.
All the young dudes.
All the young dudes. Plays one for Dan. He's a young dude.
Are you a dude, man?
I'm not young, though.
Oh, no,
I consider myself a dude.
I'm
I
a
don't
dude.
really surf, but you know, we'll go with
Now
it.
come back, we'll have a look at the routes and hopefully see the first rider away.
Sounds like a plan.
The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to.
For the players.
The tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin Tires have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to.
The Scottish 6-day trial on Nevis Radio is sponsored by Michelin and Trial Magazine.
The first rider is up there right now, 241, just up on the start ramp. You can see him if you're watching on YouTube. And it'll be the first, and we'll be here to the very last one, which we reckon will be about 1 o'clock, 1:15, something like that. John is out in the car park, mingling and networking like he normally does. And there you go, first rider away on this day 6, 7th of May. Off he goes. So we've got about 260 more of those before we sort of call it a wrap here for this year. It's been interesting, it's been challenging weather-wise sometimes, and technological-wise. Si, you've been in a lot of stuff back there, pedaling and juggling, and the plates are spinning.
For us, it's probably one of the most technical things we do all year, and we've not done it for a few years, so it's been a bit...
We're a little bit on the rusty side.
But yeah, we've done it. Well, I say we've done it, we're getting there.
Yeah, no, exactly. Wherever you're listening around the world, wherever you're watching around the world, welcome to the 6 Days Trial. Welcome to Nevis Radio. We're a community radio station based in Fort William, up in the Highlands of Scotland. And we're proud as punch to be here and doing what we do.
Totally.
You want to be part of it? Then do please email, tweet, text, WhatsApp, call, whatever you want to do. The numbers are going across the bottom of your screen if you're watching us right now, and the details.
I forget with the WhatsApp, obviously people can send us voice notes as well, so if you want to put a wee shout out to anyone or a rider, rather than me do it, you could actually just send us a voice note and do it yourself.
Yep, and so you want to request a tune, a particular style of music maybe we haven't played this week, because we're just sort of playing ones which come into our heads. John's got a playlist, but I've got no idea what we're going to play most of the time. We don't script this. There's a sort of format we follow. That's as far as it goes.
It's a loose format.
A very loose, flexible.
Yes.
Flexible. That's what we like to do.
Needs to be when
things
it's
come
live.
up. We talk to people. We had the high school, not the high school. We had the Inverlochy year. Was it 1 and 2?
Primary School, Primes 1 and 2. Yep.
That's brilliant, mate. I was going to say, can we play that as our last tune of this year's 6 Days Trial?
Yes, of course we can. Of course we can. We can do that.
So just to build that into the timings and that. But coming up, I think John's going to chat to some of the competitors and riders. It's a bit more easier today. They're a bit more relaxed, not quite so stressful. And it's brighter, which makes life a lot nicer rather than having white rain coming under the gazebo.
It is a little bit calmer today.
Yes. It's actually nice down the lock. It's almost a sort of mirror reflection across the lock. The houses on the other side there, Dewski in that area, reflecting beautifully in this morning's early sun.
You can bung that on the camera. But no, I know it's camera because I can tell that with the feed I've got back at the studio.
Yes. It's just the cameraman. Just got to sort of sometimes prompt him now and again.
Well, normally he'd be on air in half an hour anyway, so of course he'd be awake at this time.
No,
of the morning.
he's got about 35 minutes before he'd be actually in the building and on it.
All right.
Just saying, he cuts it fine sometimes. But Dan, if you're not aware, does Saturday mornings between 8 and 10 o'clock.
Yes.
And so there's obviously no Saturday flashback show because I'm down here.
And I'm in here.
Till the very end and packing up. But then it'll be back to normal from 2 o'clock when Viv will be in the studio.
Yes.
Yeah. Which Dan are we talking about?
Dan. We've only got one Dan.
Is on the radio as well.
Yes. Have you listened to Dan's show?
We've got one Dan for now.
One Dan for now?
Yeah, we get another Dan, then he'll have to stay, Lucy.
Right, that's... all right. Well, I got it now.
I mean, 3 Johns is bad enough.
Yeah. Well, you see, with me living up in Inverness, it's not quite receptacle.
We'll get her in your apps.
But I do... No, not apps.
Oh, come on.
On the computer, yes. I can listen live, and I click on it, listen live, and just that's what I do sometimes.
You got the route in front of you?
I have. I've got the route.
If we do
here.
that now, that'd be a good thing to do, I
I think it's the right one. Get a better check. It's Saturday, the 7th of May, day 6 of the Scottish 6 Days Trial 2022. And it's all to play for Dougie Lampkins back in the lead with a 2-mark advantage at the moment. So he'll be under a bit of pressure, not able to make many mistakes today. So the first group of sections, Group A, that's down towards the Kinlochleven area insofar it's on the West Highland Way. So if you're walking the West Highland Way today, round about the Kinlochleven area, or between Kinlochleven and Fort William, just be aware that there will be motorcycles on the track itself, the old Mamore Road as it's known locally. So the first group of sections is three sections at Sleach. The first rider should be there in about half an hour's time because the ride from the Parc Ferme up the Lundeborough Road up to Blarma-Fulchach and then over to Sleach on the West Highland Way or the old Mamore Road. Then further along the Mamore Road, Group B is Stobcorrie, and that's 2 sections there. The rider will be there in about just under an hour's time roughly. Group C, Upper Mamore, just above the old shooting lodge that the Bibby family built way back when, above the Mamore Lodge, which at one time I think was a hotel, so it's not too far from there. Upper Mamore, 3 sections, 8:55 the first rider. Then it's down to the old favourite Pipeline, which is just above the village of Kinlochleven, and Pipeline will be sporting 4 sections, so they'll be going pretty far up. Quite a steep section is the old Pipeline, and it was the scene of the great battle of 1969 when the great Sammy Miller lost his lead to Bill Wilkinson, who won on the 250 Greaves, the last British-built machine ridden by a British rider to win the Scottish 6 Days Trial in 1969. So that's the Pipeline. They move over the hill past Glassbean to Loch Chirian, and there's 2 sections at Loch Chirian. A bit further on, passing Loch Trig, where they will take 3 sections at Group F, the Lerrig, and then further on to Bradeleg, there's 3 sections at Bradeleg. Then they run round the moor, back onto the main road, the A82, back in through to Orlundy, and taking a left turn onto Group H, which is Achentee. Now there's some really old nice pictures of Achentee proclaimed to be Ben Nevis, taken back in the 60s in books and periodicals. So they would do Group H, Achentee. It's quite high up on the hillside, 2 sections there. They move along to the Ben Nevis sections. There's a 4-section group, and then dropping down into Glen Nevis, where there's a 3-section group. First rider should be there around about 1 o'clock this afternoon. Then it's a double back down the road, down through the Glen into Fort William for Section K, which is the old favourite. First rider there at 1:15 approximately, Town Hall Bray, but known to the locals of Fort William for centuries as the Rocky Bray. But the reason we call it the Town Hall Bray is because traditionally the Scottish had called it that because it was behind or up the side of the old town hall before it burnt down in the early 1970s.
There you go. And it's always a good place for spectators. It's one of those, you always see the young kids along the front there. Yeah. And it's just, I don't know, it's a great location to finish the trial.
For visitors, it's the section that will be up the side of the new cinema.
Yeah.
On that, by the way, I do have a message in of approximately what kind of time you're talking about for that.
Round about 1:15 this afternoon, so just round about lunchtime. It could be a wee bit later, depending on the route itself, but the expected time of arrival of the first rider is just around 1:15 today. So you'll probably find that there'll be royal barriers up across the street somewhere along there, and the section goes up the side of the steps. Back in the
It's very narrow through there, isn't it?
it is now. I mean, even when I rode it in '77, I can't remember if the steps were actually formed at that time, but certainly when I first came up here to spectate in 1970, there was no steps up the side of the bookies shop at all,
Right.
and it was wide open, and they used to vary it side to side, and it's amazing the amount of top riders that have lost a dab or two on the Town Hall or Rocky Bray. Very embarrassing back in the day, because they didn't have the big rocks then. The big rocks were imported around about, let me see now, it would have been about 1996, I think, something like that. They came in with a forwarder and dropped a lot of big stones down, placed them so that it made it a bit more of a challenge to the Highland Council allowed that to happen. But of course, because there's been a break of a couple of years, the Rocky Bray's become the Green Bray now, isn't it? Because a lot of foliage has been growing up.
It's only grown over.
Which is amazing, because I thought it was bedrock.
Yeah.
You know? The stories of the Rocky Bray are legendary in this town.
Many tales to tell.
Many tales to tell. Can't tell them on radio, though.
I'm watching. There's a lot of masking tape used on these bikes now. I'm assuming that's where the air filter is, and they're just trying to stop moisture and water getting in. Is that right?
Yeah, it's just to give it a little bit more protection. They tend to tape not the air boxes
I know
up,
that
but
Dan can sort of spin round there. Just have a quick look.
what they do is they, for example, on the Beta, the trick is to just seal where you take the top off the airbox, because it actually breathes through a space under where you would normally see a seat.
Yeah.
So the air comes in there, but what they do is they put a special type of foam rubber in there so that the air can get in, but the bog water and the bits of dirt can't ingress the air filter box. So that's just, you can't seal completely an air filter box up, because you've got to allow fresh air into that still air box so that the engine can suck fresh air into the engine. The trick is to keep the water out and the dirt and the moss and everything out that flies about. It's amazing the amount of moss that gets everywhere on one of these bikes. Yeah, even into the airbox in some cases, where it's been sucked in and lying in the bottom. So there's a little drain at the bottom of the Beta airbox, for example, that the rider just unscrews with his fingers so far, and it's drilled so that the water can then exit the airbox.
There you go. You see all these little things. It's I'm surprised it hasn't been developed that you don't need the masking tape.
Well,
tape.
Well, they don't tend to use it in normal domestic trials, because they don't maybe traverse such deep
But it's
water.
just so extreme.
The Scottish is a bit more involved, so hence there's a little bit more preparation. In fact, the manufacturers every year put out what do you call it, a PDF of tips and information of how to prepare their particular machines. So the likes of Scorpa, Gas, Beta, Vertigo all put out statements from the importers saying this is what you do, remove this, put that on, use a heavy duty this, a heavy duty that. I mean, with Michelin, for example, they do tend to market two different but very similar rear tyres of the same tread pattern. They look identical to the untrained eye, but they have the X-Lite, which is a very, very good tyre, very light tyre. It was developed for modern trials, less weight, less rubber, but it's not as good a tyre for the Scottish 6 Days trial because of the concussion that these tyres suffer. So the X11 trial competition rear is the favourite Michelin tyre for the Scottish 6 Days, because it's got a heavier sidewall and is more robust for the type of going that the Scottish 6 Days you're involved with.
Yeah. And we're talking about ignition systems and spark plugs. Is there a preferred brand of spark plug which trial riders are going for? You've got a Champion NGK.
Well, Champion and NGK tend to be the favourite ones, but I have seen riders using Bosch, which is a German plug. But certainly a lot of the manufacturers as OEM use NGK plugs, and it's a lot of the bikes come fitted with standard with the NGK. I remember when I was riding the Scottish, we had an NGK plug which was the equivalent now of the palladium type plug, which had a very, well, it was almost a piece of wire for the electrode, and that was less likely to foul up. And back in the days when you used two-stroke oil, which was more an oil than a synthetic lubricant, and you used to get what you call plug whiskering.
Oh, I
and
remember
if you had a whiskered plug, that was you. You had to take the plug out, and yeah, that was it. And you had to take the plug out, get a wee wire brush, and knock the whisker off. Hopefully, get rid of that. And it was just a bit of carbon on the end of the electrode, and that would bridge the spark plug, and then obviously short it out. So don't get that so much now. I've never heard of somebody whiskering a plug for many, many years.
See, things have progressed. And as you say, electrodes, you've got like single electrodes, triple electrodes these days, don't you?
Yeah, you do.
I think it's even a 4, isn't it? I think they do one.
That's right. I think they are doing a 4 electrode now.
Walked over this way because I thought we'd ask for a tune from Dan. Morning, Dan.
Good morning.
Your show will be starting in about, 16 minutes time normally?
No. About 20 minutes.
See. And you're sort of on every Saturday between 8 and 10?
Every Saturday.
5 past 8 and 10.
You're getting a bit of grief this week.
A wee bit, and taking time off work and...
See?
Aye.
It's all in good faith.
Aye.
But we said yesterday it's your first time down here at doing this sort of thing with us, and you've been enjoying it.
Aye. It's been good.
Yeah. You booked your holiday next year already? Don't know what you're going to be doing next year, don't you? See, yeah, you can see how it goes.
Well, see, jokes aside, obviously the work that Dan's put in, many people probably won't see it. Well, they will see it actually, because it's all been camera work, but it's been greatly appreciated, and it has made a big difference. So thanks, Dan.
It's all good.
You see.
Fun.
So tune-wise,
Don't know if we got this tune. Think we do. Pretty sure. Pretty positive. It's No Roots by Alice Merton.
I'm sure it's on there.
Pretty positive.
Then what we do is we'll come back and we'll have a look at the results before we go up to the 8 o'clock news.
Yeah, we can do that. Right, okay.
For the players.
The tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin Tires have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool, man, look smarter. The world time has come to.
Scottish 6-day trial.
Day 6 indeed, and it is quite nice down here. There's a bit of blue sky, there's a bit of sunshine, and certainly a lot brighter than it was yesterday.
It's perfect for riding right now. In fact, it's just spot on. Talking about spot on, Gary's car valet, and that must be spot on. Here we go. He's getting his helmet off. Watch this now.
Here we go.
Here he goes. Now that's more like it. Good morning, Gary Mclaren.
Yes, John, it's lovely up in here again. Big surprise for everybody today. George Michael's riding the Scottish.
Well, my goodness, have you put on fake tan?
The wee one says to wash it off. I was a bit knackered after the Friday. Fell asleep and it wouldn't come off in the shower today.
Oh no! Oh, look at this. Actually, it looks more like.
Suits him.
John, come on, it's your big chance to get a photo.
It looks more like Ian Hunter of Mott the Hoople. Do you realise that when you
All
actually
the young
look at him?
dudes, there you go. Or maybe not so young.
George Michael at the start cards. There you are, John. Get that on your trials, Guru.
Get that one. Get that. I'd have to pay David Dignan for royalties.
Oh, it's all good, John. No, we're riding the Glen. Myself and Paul. He's meant to be dressed as Maverick out of Top Gun, but there's every chance with Paul being 40 minutes in front of me. He's not dressed up. He's wearing his normal riding suit, and I'm going to come out a complete clown 45 minutes later.
You know something, Gary? I'm beginning to fancy you.
John, I know something. See, having this hair again, I tell you, it just gets everything good. There you are, John. Coot for you. Look at that. Get that in trials, Guru.
Oh, no. He didn't actually contact me there, ladies and gentlemen. It was close, but no cigar.
No bother, no. It'll be a good treat for everybody seeing George Michael go up the town hall bray today.
Brilliant. So, yeah, how's the fundraising going, Gary?
I think it's getting up to near 9,000. So hopefully a wee push, John, a wee kick, we could get it to that magic figure, you know. Yeah. Get the old bikes through over the line and get the figure up to the 10, and that would just be a success.
Those with deep pockets, put your hand in deeper.
Yes, yeah, and there's plenty of wealthy people around here. I'm surrounded by them, in fact.
So you're looking forward to the last day today? The weather's quite good for it.
John, it's my favourite day of the week. You know that's it. You can lie in bed tomorrow, you know, and you've got that wee sense of achievement finishing, and especially in this, John. See, when this gets stuck in the bogs, you want a crane to come round and get it off you know. It's hellish, but
I can believe it.
But it's been a really enjoyable week, you know. Now it's coming to an end. It's been a good week, eh, Gavin?
Yeah, it's been enjoyable.
Been really good fun, you know. It's good to see you again, John.
Oh, well, here another year. That's the thing. That's the main thing. Now, Gavin, have you been helping this guy get out the bogs? You've just been leaving him for his own devices?
He's actually been leaving me for dust in it. I can't believe it. It's actually a quick bike. You'd be actually very, very surprised how quick that bike is. So he's been leading the way for me.
Brilliant. Well, no, they were actually quick wee bikes. They were handy little tools back in the day, and they're still going.
Yes, I tell you, I was in the road yesterday and I wasn't racing or anything like that, a 4RT, which I've got one myself. And the Fantic was staying with it all the time, you know. Much to the disgust of the boy in the 4RT. What's that old guy with the even older bike doing behind me, you know?
Well, I'll let you put your accoutrements back in your bag and have a good day, Gary.
No bother, John, no bother.
It's rider number 285, Gary Mclaren, who's raising money for the Macmillan nurses with his Just Giving page, I think it's called, isn't it?
It's on there, yeah. It's on Nevis Radio's Facebook page as well.
Yeah. I'm just trying to see if there's anybody else.
Can we try and catch David Dignan, maybe?
Maybe, yeah.
If
If he doesn't run away, watch him run away. Watch this.
David.
David Dignan, Deputy Clerk of the course, just stand here. You've been running around all week, keeping things right. Next year, I believe you're going to be taking over the hot seat from Jeff Horn.
Well, I wouldn't say taking over the hot seat, but look, we're all in a team together. This year has just been the same as we've been doing for the last couple of years with Jeff, and it's look, I mean, at the end of the day, it's about putting a trial on the ground, and I'm, the clerk of the course is just a person that everybody kind of denotes to, but in behind there's a whole big team there for that. So big credit to these guys.
And we're back now after a 2-year layoff with the pandemic, and everything seems to have gone very well.
Yeah, of course, the enthusiasm is right up there, and it's really good to see, and characters like Gary here. I just walked over and I thought, what's with the fake tan? And then all of a sudden the wig came out and everything. So yeah, look, that's what the Scottish is about. And going round yesterday, to be for the first time, in a good number of years, I went round the Friday run with Jeff, myself, and went round, and it was great. It was really good. The camaraderie around there was brilliant. And again in the paddock here, going, you were here on a Sunday, it was really good atmosphere. The weather was good, of course, that does help Monday, Tuesday, yourself, but I think it's quite nice to see a bit of a mix of a weather and kind of people to understand what the Scottish is about.
Absolutely right, I called you Jeff there for a minute, David. So anyway, congratulations on your new appointment when it comes. I'm sure that it'll all be done later in the year, because they have a little bit of a break and then everything sort of kicks off again in September when all the planning again starts. Has it been a difficult year to get back on the ground, or have the landowners been quite supportive to the trial?
I think the landowners have been really good, supportive. I think for us, for everybody as an organising committee, it's the wee things that you forget. And it's 3 years down the line, remember, two events with 3 years in total, and just things that came naturally to you, during the week, you got to sort of think about it again. But the landowners have been brilliant, and a lot of them have been really pleased to see us back and wanting us back, and so we can't, big thank you to them at the end of the day, and everybody, even the police. You got Rudy Mackay there and the police with the boys and the bikes and all that, and I think they were on the Jitsi TV yesterday giving it whatever, but I think for everybody, and today it's really quite nice to see it dry. We sort of finish, and yourself, you stood there for many years at the end. A couple of nice wee sections at the end, and everybody's happy because they were smiling.
Well, they've got the old favourite in this afternoon, Town Hall Bray, as the trial calls it, but locals like yourself have always called it the Rocky Bray.
Yeah, that's right. I was up the other day with the new manager from the cinema, and we're just looking at it, and gosh, it's changed over the number of years on there. So we're having to start slightly further up this year because their sort of their access into their air conditioning and all that there. So we're going to have to miss that out. But yeah, Rab and Pete will be up there probably just very shortly, giving it a bit of a gardening and get rid of some of the bushes and
get rid of the trimming, get the trimming done.
Yeah, exactly. There's a bit of bush. Rab's got a kind of smaller version of a Lahawar axe, as we would call it, on that. His shoulder's sore this week, swinging that about, but yeah, no, it's been really good. And again, really nice to kind of finish with that iconic Rocky Bray, and again, that's what the Scottish is about, so we've got to respect the historicness of it. You were on about it early on in the week, it's been running for 111 years, that kind of stuff, and I think whilst you've got to respect that, you've still got to look and keep it fresh, and so yeah, no, all good stuff on there.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's one thing. I mean, you've got the Edinburgh and District Club have the pre-65 trial, and that's a separate audience really nowadays, because for older bikes supposedly, and maybe even older riders. But you've got to keep bringing something into the Scottish to keep it going, to keep it, as you say, fresh, and I think you've managed to achieve that this year.
Well, I think so on the entries we always look and consider the first timers. So there's always a percentage of newcomers coming in, so that we understand there's a lot of disappointment. Even Einstein couldn't get 615 into 288 or whatever it was. So and the popularity of it is growing, and on that. The other thing is that it's a serious event. Whether it be for a clubman or for the top riders. It's a serious event and you have to prepare for this. And that's what this, the whole kind of concept is, isn't it? I break it into 3 chunks. Basically, for me, it's the obvious sections, the observation, the 2 is the fitness, and 3 is the reliability.
Yeah.
And that's what the Scottish is made up of, So you put these 3 together, you get that, you get the Scottish 6-day trials.
Well, it used to be called the sporting holiday in the Highlands. Yeah, everybody takes their holidays at this time, but it's a sporting event, and it's a competition at the end of the day, and it's not just a wee trail in the park as it was. It's a serious event.
No, look, at the end of the day, you've got 288 riders competing, whether it's for the top spot, but like I said to John Lampkin this morning, everybody has their battles. Whether it's right down at the last pay, everybody has that battle. So to think of the top riders is that's nice, because that's where the prestigious sort of events are and trophies are. But the ordinary guy down at the bottom end is fighting for first, second class with their mates, with their, whatever it goes, and we've got to be fair, to them.
Yeah. Well, thanks very much, David. You've obviously got some work to do today, even though it's the last day. There's still all to play for. And Dougie Lampkin in the lead with two marks. That's still tight, isn't it?
It can be decided in the Rocky Bray, in Town Hall Bray. Come on. Okay. I think it's really nice to see, Dougie James, Jack Price, Peace there, sorry, absolutely. That's really nice to see. And that top 10 is made up of, a lot of good riders. And I think, you see a lot of kind of normal guys. Young Duncan Mccall, I don't see young Duncan, but, he's doing absolutely brilliant, to come into this and, kind of into this flowing type of sections. It's obviously suits him. So, well done on that. And so I think from our perspective, I think it's really nice to see that freshness up at the top type of thing. Okay, Dougie's still there, and it just shows you what it takes to win the Scottish 6-day trials.
Yeah. Well, thanks very much, David. I'll let you crack on now, and thanks for speaking to us at Nevis Radio.
Okay, thank you.
It's David Dignan, the deputy clerk of the course, who will be next year, 2023, will be the clerk of the course, as Jeff Horn is retiring that position. I'm sure Jeff will still be involved in the trial with the Edinburgh District Motor Club, and probably will be for some years to come.
No, absolutely. So we owe David a big debt for loaning us the gazebo we're sitting under all this.
Yes, that's right. David gifted that to us this week, and it's been a godsend when it's been really quite heavy rain, etc. here.
Absolutely. It must be weather time back at the studio.
Yeah, we do weather. Do you want to do weather in a tune?
Do a tune for Mrs. W. Has she sent you one?
Oh, yeah, she did actually. So I've been busy posting our links everywhere.
Okay, and maybe we can have a look at that Just Giving page for Gary and see what the total's up to. Maybe get up and date and push on that.
I'll tell you what, while we're playing a tune, I can sort that out.
That's fine.
I can figure that out. I'm just looking for the right mouse because I'm moving it about the screen and nothing's happening.
Your mouth is still dead, is it?
Yeah. Well, no, it's not.
I can't talk. My mouth is dead.
I'm just using the wrong one. I'm sorry. I'm paddling for time because I'm trying to find the tune I was asked for, because I know fine well I can't do that while you're reading the weather, because I've got to pay attention to that too. But yeah, we can do weather. Here you go.
Today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
It'll be a dry day almost everywhere with some good, bright or sunny periods. However, the odd light afternoon shower may develop towards the Great Glen. Light winds with a maximum high of 17 degrees centigrade, 63 Fahrenheit. And tonight, a generally dry evening and night with some clear spells, although high cloud will increase and the Hebrides may have the odd spot of rain later in the night. Your minimum overnight low is going to be 4 degrees centigrade, 39 Fahrenheit.
That was today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
For the players.
The tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin Tires have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to. You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people cool and look smarter. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to. You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to.
By Michelin and Trial Magazine.
We're just talking about friends we met throughout the trials, and Mr. George Hinney was on early in the week, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's right. George Hinney requested a song, the same as his name, Keep Your Feet Still, Geordie Hinney.
There you go.
That's a classic now.
It's going to be played many times on every show. I'm sure Si can't get it in his head.
I bet he can't. It's one of these foot tapping songs. Maybe we should have had it on the Saturday.
Nah, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine.
You're fine. Oh, he doesn't want it played. Oh, it's not on his playlist today.
He'll be able to mix that up somehow. You've got to get in one of your sets.
What about a techno version of Keep Your Jock? Yeah, Keep Your Jock.
Well, see,
what you say.
if you want to get geeky about it, I bought this new toy this year, which I've been learning for the past 4 months, which allows me to take a song, deconstruct it as it's playing, and then reconstruct it how I want. So technically, it is doable.
Well, there you go. There's a challenge for you. Remanufacture Keep Your Feet Still, Geordie Hinney, written in the 1800s. Wow.
The Si remix, 2022.
Yeah.
And if you want to get in contact with us, all the details are running across our screen right now, and they are, Si?
Right, we'll start from the top. If you want to phone or WhatsApp the studio, you can use the number 01397 706 100. And so if you're local, just save it on your phone and then you won't need to remember it. Just press Nevis Radio and it'll appear. You can also text us on 82228. Just put Nevis at the start. That is charged at your normal network rate. You can email us at studio@nevisradio.co.uk. You can also get us on social media under Facebook, Instagram and YouTube under Nevis Radio Official, or you can find us on Twitter under Nevis Radio, or just simply use the hashtag SSDT2022 as we're monitoring that one as well.
And if you're following the course around, you can listen to us on the old FM signal. We're right from Glencoe to Skye and all the bits.
I was going to say, you're round the Kinloch area today, aren't you? Yeah, so you get us on 96.6 for Parc round Fort William, and you should get us on 102.4 in that area, and you might get us on 97.0 as well. You can get us online via various internet sites, including our own at nevisradio.co.uk, but also we've got iOS and Android apps, which are free, and I believe on the Android app, you can actually view our live video feed as well. That's built into that, so you can get that there, as well as smart speakers in your home.
I was using one of the services we use, which is TuneIn. It caught me out because they've now got adverts before you actually go live with the radio, so don't be put off. I thought I'd got the wrong thing, but they're now playing some weird adverts for some reason.
Yeah, they do that because they charge you money to get rid of them, you see.
Ah, right. There you go.
When I was up in the Roy Bridge area the other day going up to Ferme, I noticed that my radio in the van cut between two types of Nevis radio. It was almost like a couple of seconds behind.
Yeah.
One was actually louder than the other one, so I must have been going in between different frequencies or something, and the radio was self-seeking it or something.
Oh, you go down 3 Mile Water to do that too, between the two different transmitters.
I see.
And they're slightly different services we use to get the signal out, and one is literally a couple of seconds, split seconds.
Yeah, that's right, I noticed that. But obviously these radios are very clever. I mean, my wife's car, when it's tuned to Nevis Radio, it brings up the Nevis Radio logo.
Does it?
On the actual screen.
Someone tell you what's playing and who the artist is and what show it is.
It's a Ford system. It's called Sync something, Sync 6 or something, in a Fiesta, and it's very clever. And it's got the Nevis Radio logo when it's playing.
The man back in the studio sort of implemented all that, and it's all to do with codes and little boxes. It's weird, isn't it?
But clever.
You think it's there, but it's another little box and another bit of code.
Yeah. Just when we were talking to David Dignan there, the deputy clerk of the course, he mentioned a young rider, first timer this year, Duncan Mccall from Glasgow, rider number 77 on a beta. He is the top Scottish rider so far this year. He's on 35 marks, and unless something happens, I don't think he can be challenged. In second position is Joe Dawson on the TRRS, and in third position is former Scottish Trials champion Andrew Anderson from Cullen on the Scorpa, who's on 103. And Duncan, very capable rider. He's actually lying 16th position this year in the Scottish 6 Days trial as of yesterday on 35 marks. So well done to Duncan Mccall. He's been coming up through the ranks as a youth, and very quiet individual. Doesn't say very much, and just gets on with the job, and very capable rider.
We'll try and catch up with him a bit later on, because we're here right to
Hopefully,
the very last rider. So we're at, what, number 24? No, 16. Sorry, 16's coming up on the ramp very shortly.
Yeah, that's Gareth Palmer from Loch Tay. So he's just getting ready to go on his Sherco 300. He's the next rider to leave the Parc Ferme at 8:24 at the moment, so we're leaving about 8:25. I would think it would be called up.
And we're with you until the very last rider leaves, so there's no real sort of set time the way we finish. It's going to be, reckon, about 1:30ish, something like that.
Round about that, yeah.
Something like that. And it's getting close to a cup of tea time, I know that much.
I'll have to go and
getting close, isn't
get it in. I think I'll go now, because, well...
You better go now.
That's the
song.
I'll go and get the
Well,
orders
the good news, John, is we don't have anyone on the phone lined up for you to speak to today, so I'm not going to ruin your break and roll.
I didn't have anything to eat all week.
No.
I've been very good.
You've had nothing to eat all week?
No, but I've had drinks, because you must keep hydrated.
Your lunchbox has been pretty full.
Lunch? Oh yeah, when I'm in, I don't have anything to eat. I mean, I have my lunch, but I'm trying to eat at certain intervals now.
What are you doing now?
That's my timing, my
Is that your time? Is it banging each
beat
knee?
my knee, and that keeps me regular.
Oh, this is going bad. How was the chocolate heart?
I didn't actually eat it. No, I've kept it for later.
You're gonna save
I've
that?
kept it for Valentine's Day.
You're going to
next
pin it
year.
above the bed?
Yeah,
there you
something
go.
like that. I'll preserve it a bit.
You're wondering what we're talking about in your lunchbox yesterday?
I noticed
chocolate
actually
heart.
that when you went on the YouTube, it was my face with a big heart in front of it. I was surprised.
No one's little emojis you put above and it just flashing above.
Something like that, yeah.
I don't know how it picks the thumbnails, but yeah, it picked that one.
Aye,
I don't know why, I
thumbnails,
just thought
that's
maybe you could eat it on air and I could play the theme from Shaft.
Well, There's a novelty.
Yeah, you never know where these shows are going.
Well, you never know.
So I'll get frightened sometimes.
That's true.
Because we were chatting to one of the last riders. You talked from that oil company yesterday, and the way he was going, obviously he got a bit of a bee in his bonnet. I can't remember his name.
Oil company?
Yeah, he was part
The
of
petrochemical expert. Mr.
Roger
Lively.
Williams.
He was getting quite animated about certain things. There's obviously a few issues.
Well, I think Roger's an old-fashioned trials rider from Yorkshire.
Very down to earth.
Well, actually, he's not Yorkshireman. It's more kind of towards Teesside, etc. Roger Williams, very capable rider, good rider. I think actually he won a Yamaha in the Scottish some years ago through a competition that was put in. The best Yamaha rider got a new bike, and I think he beat Inverness rider Gavin Johnson to the post on that one. Yeah, he's very much this is a no-stop event, and someone stopping should get a 5. And the observers do have a bit of a tricky time. I mean, the secret is to be consistent. So if you 5 riders for stopping, you've got to 5 every rider for stopping. And even if that's momentarily, and it's very simple in my mind, and it's just my opinion. What constitutes a stop? Well, when the machine stops moving forward, right? Yeah. So people say, oh, but only stop for a millisecond. Yeah, you stopped. Yeah. So as far as I'm concerned, and maybe I sound a bit harsh, if you stop at all, you should get a 5. But in these sections in the Scottish now, everybody seems to be stopping somewhere or other, and it's very easy to take a video, if you like, with your phone, your mobile device, and put it on social media and say, now what do you think of this? And for certain angles, riders look as though they've stopped. Okay, if they go backwards and they've not just stopped, they've actually reversed. And the thing is, it's very easy to say what was this and what was that, and you're not actually standing exactly where the observer's standing. And sometimes when a bike is coming towards you, it's very difficult to gauge if that rider has kept moving very slowly. But I used to do it at national trials in Scotland. If I was observing, I'd say to the guys when they turned up, if I was on a technical section, I don't really care who you are. You all get the same from me. I've always been like that, yeah. Pretty defensive on that particular point. And when they come up, we just say, right, guys, you know what I'm like. You can ride as slowly as you like, but if you stop, you're on a 5. Don't come back and argue to me about it, because I ain't got to change my mind. If I see you stop, and even if it's momentarily, never mind this count to 2, count to 3, that doesn't even apply in the rule book. When you stop it, you stop, you're having a 5, go away, and then don't think any more about it. Concentrate on the next section, because the next observer might be very lenient and let you get away with murder. Absolutely. So that's how I do it, and it doesn't matter whether you're Joe Bloggs or Tony Bow. It's a 5's a 5 and all that.
I think we have the same problem when we're doing the agriculture show, 'cause we do the pets parade and pet judging, and it's a nightmare sometimes, so isn't it?
Well, to be fair, you had me judging horses last time, and I know nothing about horses.
At least if you're consistent, that's fine.
I just pointed out that one there's got 4 legs.
Oh, that's a pretty one.
It's a pretty one, pretty horse.
Yeah, that's a nice
give that
one.
the prize. Yeah. And sometimes that's all you need.
Yeah, a pretty horse.
Yeah, pretty horse.
What we're going to do, I think we need a tune. I will come back, have a look at the competition.
Yeah.
That's right. And then we may catch a chat with somebody out in Parc Ferme, because it's getting quite nice there. It's really nice down
I
the
do have a request. It came in a little while ago for some AC/DC.
Oh, nobody's going to argue here.
No.
Which one? We got a particular track?
Back in Black is what have been requested by Sam, who might be popping down to get you cups of tea, apparently.
Ooh.
Maybe.
Ooh.
I don't know what the plans are there.
See, that's something to look forward to. Be nice to see you, Sam.
But she did say
one of our presenters.
That would be quite cool if she could help in some way. So you might have a runner to do cups of tea and that. Maybe.
Well,
I don't know.
take the pressure off me, right enough.
Oh, you love it. You go mingle and merge and meander.
Something like that.
That's a lot of M's.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Triple M. We're just looking at an email address, which has been, I don't know whether they're aware of actually what it says on the results.
Yeah.
Can't say it on air.
No.
It's one of these things, you read it in different orders and you get new words.
All right.
Yeah,
like Subo when she launched her new CD.
Yes, very similar. But John said, I've never noticed that. I'm just looking at it now. I said, you know what that says?
Yeah. When you say Subo, you're referring to Susan Boyle.
That's the one.
Yeah, she actually was brought up in the same area that I was, believe it or not. And
do you know her? Do you know the family?
I don't know her. No, but I know where she, well, the area she's.
Get her autograph. Can you get her autograph? Give me a signed CD. Signed CD for Dan.
No, I don't know.
Dan would like that.
Well, I guess the big question then is, John, what kind of bike did she have?
She didn't have any, but there was once I was in the Cane Park in Bathgate and she came in for her lunch and I went, I know that lassie's face. Who's that woman again? And it was her. She was in. So they got her a little table in the corner because she liked to be quiet, just eat her lunch. Yeah. Came from Blackburn in West Lothian, which isn't...
So you've been on TV a few times. You've met Susan Boyle.
Well, I've seen her. Yeah.
My goodness. I mean greatness. I mean the company of greatness.
Yeah. It's brilliant, isn't it?
Right, tune coming up for...
Well, Sam. Sam. She was hoovering when she asked for it.
What, at the studio?
No, not at home.
All right, hopefully we'll see Sam later.
For the players.
The tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin Tires have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back. And it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to. You woke up in the morning with initiative to move. to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to.
Sponsored by Michelin and Trial Magazine.
It gets to the end of the week and he's turned to a bit of a lovey now. Oh, shall I go there? Am I on? Have you got me on the camera?
We are here now. Just turn round here. We've got number 44, Joe Dawson with the TRRS. And I don't know what number 48, Neil Dawson, his father, on the Scorpa. Now, Neil, you and Joe have both been past Scottish Trials champions. How many Scottishes have you actually got under your belt now? It must be a few now, Neil.
This is the 28th, and I've also maybe been back Martin 5 or 6 times as well, so I've got a few under my belt yet. Done a few miles up here.
Yeah. Now, you're to trade a joiner, is that right?
Yep, that's right, I'm a joiner. So is Joe, and so is Joe.
And you're from which part of the country?
Dunfermline.
That's right. Now, Joe, you've also been a Scottish Trials champion. I can't remember, was it 2019? Was that the year that you were Scottish, or was it 2020? I've lost count now.
Oh, I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
But you were a champion?
Aye, a youth champion and an adult champion, just the once.
Yeah. Now, how many Scottishes have you done now, Joe?
I think this will be the 4th one. 2 on a 125 and then 2 on a big bike.
Now, you started off as a very young lad on a trials bike. What was your first bike that your dad got you?
Well, the first motorbike was a PW50, but the first trials bike was a TY80, which I didn't really enjoy riding, but he made me ride it for a while.
Made you ride it. That's how they do it in Scotland. They make you ride trials. But no, you were always a very quiet lad. In fact, the late Johnny Davis said, you know, that young Joe Dawson, he doesn't say a word. So you've come out your shell a wee bit, and you play a bit of football as well, I take it?
Yeah, aye. Still playing a lot of football. Although quite a bad injury this season, but playing a lot, so it's good, yeah.
So you're just behind Duncan Mccall this year at the Scottish, as far as the Scots riders are concerned, that right?
Well, I wouldn't say just behind him, he's a fair bit in front, but I'm second in the Scottish riders, but no, he's had a good week, so good on him.
Yeah, he's been riding really well, and this is his first Scottish, of course.
Yeah, I know, it's fair play, hard to do that in your first Scottish when you're just learning, but he's done well.
Yeah, good. Well, anyway, have a nice day today. The weather's right for it.
I know, hopefully it stays dry and it'll be alright.
Yeah. So anyway, good luck to you both. That's Joe Dawson and Neil Dawson. Many more Scottishes in you yet, Neil?
No, this is definitely the last one. I'll be back helping next year. Back Martin or helping lay out something, anything. But
well, that's what we want, guys who are specialists that have been Scottish champions coming back and putting something back into the sport. So thanks for that, Neil.
No problem. I'll definitely be back.
Thanks. That's Neil Dawson. He was a Scottish Trials champion away back in the 90s as well, and his son Joe, also a Scottish Trials champion, and forced to ride a TY80 back in the day. The ubiquitous TY80 developed by none other than Mick Andrews when he rode for Yamaha.
Just watching somebody swimming in the lock. We're talking about the Loch Harbour Loons, and there's somebody swimming in the lock early on.
Yeah, I noticed that when I was down earlier the week before this, and there was people go out every morning with a little sort of float attached to them, isn't it?
Yeah, attachment, I suppose, for safety.
Yeah.
Very good. Meant to be very good for you. Very invigorating.
Yeah, apparently, yeah.
So you get into sort of fitness, that sort of thing, swimming in the cold water?
I haven't tried it myself. I know if any time I swim, it's in a heated pool somewhere, but I've not done that for a while.
That's what we want. Today's competition to win a goodie bag and an umbrella, we've got 2 of these up for grabs. It is Saturday the 7th of May. What car have Trial Magazine used at the 2022 Scottish Six Days Trial? And the second question, who is the most successful Scottish Six Days rider? who's the most successful Scottish 6 days rider. Get in contact with us at the studio, and we'll be picking a winner. Oh, right about 11:30 today. Would that be a good time to do that, you reckon?
I think so.
Give people a chance to come down and catch up with you then.
Yep, I would think so.
And pick up their prize if they want to come down to Parc Ferme and do that.
Are the prizes here?
We've got them here at the moment.
Okay.
If not, we'll have to arrange and get them to the studio for next week.
Yeah.
And the details, Si?
Sorry, I'm busy.
Don't be
Sharing
busy.
things. Details today to get involved in today's competition is WhatsApp or phone the studio 01397 706 100. You can text us. Just text Nevis to 82228, and that's charged at your normal network rate. You can email us at studio@nevisradio.co.uk or get us on Facebook, Instagram or YouTube under Nevis Radio Official, or you can find us on Twitter under Nevis Radio or use the hashtag SSDT2022.
Have you got a tune you like to play yourself?
No.
One of your little favourites?
No.
Susan Boyle, Wild Horses?
I tell you what, we've not had anything a bit... I know what I'll play. I've not played this all week, obviously, because we've been on air. Where's it gone?
I don't know.
Have I spelt it right? Maybe I haven't spelt it right. You know that 80s tune from Australia?
Yes.
Yeah, well, it was redone, wasn't
Yes,
it?
it was.
It was redone. I like that. So we'll play that, if that works.
It's really good, actually. It's quite clever, because it came on and people said, have they really done that with that? But you know what, it really does grow on you, and it says, it's certainly a different twist.
Well, see, I was playing it for a couple of months before we had it on our playlist, because I thought, oh, I like that.
Yeah.
That's cool. And then it appeared, and it's like, oh, quality. That's made the charts.
Well, not quite, but yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah. So, yeah, we'll go for that. Are we doing that and then come back to you? Is that what we're doing?
That's the plan. You want to do that, catch up, we'll have a look at results, or is it route? I'm trying to think which we did last.
Okay.
We've done the results last, so we'll do route next. Route
Okay,
next.
before we do that though, because you asked me a question earlier on, and I went and had a wee look.
Just giving page for Gary, yep.
Yes, I've got that up in front of me just now. So they're looking to raise £10,000 for their target. They're currently sat at £9,010.
Oh, it'd be great to do that before we go off air. Wouldn't it get up to that 10,000 for them?
Yeah, so maybe I'll keep an eye on this for the rest of this morning and see if we can get up a wee bit more. So I have shared it on our Facebook page, and I think it is also on our Mixcloud as well, because we put stuff up there.
If you want to search for it, what would you put in your search engine?
Good question.
I don't know where you'd start. Just giving the 6 days trial?
Something
maybe?
like that.
Possibly.
I think it's just given, is it hashtag SSDT, maybe?
I'm not sure.
Yeah. Go and have a dig about it. If you get stuck, find our Facebook page at Nevis Radio Official. It's on there.
Exactly. I mean, good to reach that target 10,000 before we actually finish today.
That would be cool.
That would be pretty
Not
awesome.
far off. Come on, we're into the 9,000s.
Literally £990 to go.
Oh.
There you are.
So, there we go.
Right, so your tune's called?
Lude with Colin Hay, and it said Down Under.
For the players.
The tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin Tires have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less.
Doing musical mics.
While you're doing that, I'll give you a random fact. Colin Hay, the vocalist on that tune, is actually Scottish.
All right.
There you go.
Well, we're doing a bit of mic swapping.
We did.
There's a new word for you, mic swapping.
What's happening now? Which we ain't got a camera on, Dan? Why are you putting a tray there?
No, we're not ready for the bacon rolls.
Too early for the rolls and that.
The rolls will come a little later.
He's jumping. All right. Okay.
Well, I can take it back, but I think we'll wait.
Live radio.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah.
See, all this stuff goes behind
and
the scenes.
And of course, what we're doing is we're going to get a cup of tea now, and I'm going to nip down for it. Nip, as I say, the active word, and it's from the Crofter outside catering at the Hub, which is in the West End car park at Fort William.
You say nip. We all say meander because you take a while.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard the talk.
You dawdle sometimes.
Dawdle, maybe dawdle.
You have a little dawdle down there.
Yeah.
All these sort of terms from around the country, eh?
That's right.
Our sponsors this week have been Michelin Tires. Very thank you much to them. Trial Magazine. Thank you very much. John's behind us still taking pictures somewhere. He's hanging around today.
Yeah.
Which is great, John.
He's going to come on later, I think.
Is he? Good. Thistle Access for the outdoor trailer, really best way of putting it, keeping Mrs W dry and lovely and warm and toasty in there she is.
Yeah.
So snuggled up with a blanket.
The
Hire Centre, Fort William Hire Centre, Cammy and Joe down there. Thanks very much for the. It's a electronic mast. It's a mast goes up and down with lights on it, but we put our main transmitter aerial on it. Lochhillnet.
Correct. For the connectivity.
Then we also got Nevis Bakery. Thank you very much for them.
Yep, and we had
Alpico
Factory Racing.
Thank you very much to them.
I've had a wee message in actually regarding them. David said obviously he's been out and about this week getting videos and things for us. Well, out spectating. He's saying he's got an Alpico buff and it's actually really warm and comfortable.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Recommendations.
And which David's been out and about?
Oh, David.
David Green.
David Green. Yeah, because you introduced to him as just plain David. This is David.
What's wrong with plain David?
And I didn't. Well, nothing's wrong with plain David.
Who's David?
In fact, when he's on the radio, the midday show, he actually says, "I'm David." He doesn't say David Green.
Okay, play busted in a minute. Who's David? Come on.
It's a radio thing. Basically, we don't generally do second names for GDPR things. You see. So.
Oh yes, of course.
It also stops people giving you fake names like Teresa Green.
Yeah.
All right.
Or Toby Larone, you know?
Yeah, or worse than that.
Yeah.
All right.
You get the idea.
Yeah. I've always just used my whole name myself because I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just true. We were still going off track there. We got all our sponsors now? think so.
I think
no, you definitely mentioned them all. I was keeping track. I've got a wee list of them here. So
and Davey Dignan too.
Yeah. Just for
not really an official sponsor, but he's really helped us out.
He's helped us with
and the security guy. Never got a name off him. He finishes when the last rider goes as well, like us.
Yeah.
Today.
So there we go.
But he's been helping out there each morning, just setting up. It's
well,
been
you see,
grateful.
you see him. I don't maybe see him. I didn't actually see him. I see the guy with the high vis, but I was a wee bit later, of course.
There's been a couple of people coming in here when they shouldn't be in here. He's been telling us. So he has been doing his job. No, he's very. You can't move one of these things. I've been trying to move it as quiet as I can. He must have very sensitive ears. These railings and barriers. He knows when we're coming in.
Yeah, right.
Is there a camera around? I don't know.
There could be.
You never know, do you?
You never know nowadays with these aerial things that are up on pods and that. They're taking pictures. Well, not taking pictures. They're recording it for security.
What's the situation with cameras on bikes? They're allowed to sort of have one of these things to follow the track round?
I'm not quite sure now.
So it's not that many as there used to be.
No. At one point, the governing bodies sort of put a block on it for safety of the rider in case they got hurt. I think it was. At one point, you weren't supposed to have a camera on your helmet, but you could attach it to the bike, or possibly even round your waist, I think it was. But I think the difficulty there was that if you had a camera mounted on your helmet, it compromised the safety of the shell of the crash helmet, and the manufacturers said they would accept no liability for any damage caused to the shell structure of the helmet if you mounted a
Then that affects all your insurances and everything.
Camera on it, yeah. Because everybody now is running these, what do you call it, dash cams, haven't they? For not just security, but safety as well. In the event of an accident, that actually kind of can be used in court now to prove, who was possibly the perpetrator of the accident, etc.
Do you think the time will ever come that the officials will actually wear cameras on the section? So if there was a question, somebody said this and that, the other, would that ever come about?
Well, this is the whole thing now that we're looking more and more
into sort of thing,
social media, where it's judgmental by camera, and it's interesting. Yeah, I quite like looking at it to see what I would have scored. But what I always say is, well, where the cameraman's standing, if it was where the observer is standing, that's a 5. But if the observer's further up the section and the rider's coming straight towards you, what's seen at the side isn't what's seen at directly square on. And that's where the difficulties come. But there's been quite a few this week, actually. I've noticed quite a few bits of footage on social media, and people saying, what do you reckon this is? And people are giving their comment. And I've tended to go no comment because, well,
you've got to make that decision by
the decision. The final decision is that of the official observer. I'm merely a spectator this week. I'm not an official of the trial.
It's different angles, and even different lighting, and where everything can just affect it, can't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
So no, I quite agree.
But no, it's what what's his name, Roger Williams was talking about. He's seen footage and said, well, that's a 5 definitely because rider stopped, or the rider went backwards or whatever. But yeah, it's a very sort of emotive thing, and as I say, the observers have got a hard job, so that you can't criticise them because they're standing out there for several hours, possibly in the pouring rain, watching 288 thereby riders going through. It's quite a task, and quite daunting. And this year they've made a change in that they put the riders' numbers on the back of their helmet so that the observers can spot them riding away and catch that number in case they've forgotten it.
Right, we're going to have a look at the route. Then you're going to have a little wander, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm going to have a wander. Right, the route today, quite simply, they're making down towards the Kinloch-Leven area. First thing this morning, they're leaving Fort William, going up the Lundavra Road, out through Barmafulchach, onto the West Highland Way, which is the old Mamor Road. Section Group A is Sleach, 3 sections, followed by Stobcoir, which is 2 sections at Group B. Group C is Upper Mamor. All these are on the West Highland Way. So as I said earlier, if you're walking the West Highland Way today and you're going between Kinloch-Leven and Fort William, you will come across some bikes coming towards you. Hopefully they're all polite and give you some room, and keep to one side of the path or the road. They go down into Kinloch-Leven. There's no lunch check today, from what I believe. Group D is the iconic pipeline sections. There's 6 pipes bring the water down from the Blackwater Reservoir into the works at Kinloch-Leven. So the pipeline section, there's 4 sections there. First rider will be there in about less than half an hour, I would say. Then they move across country to Loch Chirian, and there's 2 sections there at Group E. Further across the moors, passing Loch Trig, and cutting into Group F, which is the Lerrig, and then further on round the course to Group G, which is Bradlag. Then they take a big loop round back onto the A82 roundabout. It must be Corryhoyle, I think. They come back onto the road just forward of the Speen Bridge area, back into Fort William, then back out the town just onto Achentee, which is behind the plantation, that road. It's Group H, and there's 2 sections at Achentee, high up in the hill. Then across to the Ben Nevis sections, there's 4 at that group. Further down the valley into Glen Nevis, there's 3 further sections there, and then it's back into Fort William for the finish section, the last section of the day, the very well known Town Hall Brae, but the locals call that Rocky Brae. So the Town Hall Brae, 1 single section, just starting just up above the new cinema in the centre of the town here in Fort William.
What's the total mileage for the week, do you know?
Well, in days of yore, it used to be 1,000 miles.
Yep.
It's a bit less than that now. You're probably talking about 600 miles, I think, thereby, because it's 6 days trial and it's nearly 100 miles each day. So we're close to about the 600-mile mark.
All right. So it's quite testing.
Yeah, quite well. Testing. Yes, it is, and a lot of these miles are covered off-road.
Yeah.
So at a bit slower speed than normal traffic would travel at, but still keeping a good speed on.
There you go. So that's what's happening. If we go up to the news with Who's David?
All right. Okay, you're doing that to me. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
That should fit in, I'd have thought.
I don't know yet. Who's it by?
McFly or Busted or McBusted. I can't remember which one it is. I think it's Busted.
Right. Just you've thrown me there. I'm busy. I'm busy organising the next hour.
Oh. Sorry.
I'm not finding anything by that. Are you sure it's on here?
Yeah, it's definitely on there.
Busted. There we go.
There you
Not
go.
McBusted. That's why. Right.
I know you changed the names quite a bit. We've got 3 minutes. Do you want to play as the first tune after the news? Would that make your life easier?
Yeah, it would, to be honest.
Right, I'll tell you what, play it as first tune when we come back.
You've done me over with this one.
Oh, come on. Come on, I wouldn't do that to you deliberately.
Well, you see, I kind of had it all prepped. I had it prepped. I thought, you're going to talk about the news. You're going to find someone to talk to. It'll be fine.
Well, he's wandered off. He's left his mic here. He's chatting to Jeff Horn, who's the current clerk of the course. We probably need a bit longer than 2 minutes to talk to him, though.
Yeah, I would say so.
But it's a good atmosphere. Dougie's in here, the current winning rider. He's in the Parc Ferme somewhere. I don't know where he's gone. But it's a good atmosphere down here today, actually. Very positive, very happy. Dry, of course, makes our life a lot easier. And not windy, which makes our life a lot easier.
Yes.
Because it does affect all our signals. We've noticed that during the week as well. So I think it was Wednesday was one of the worst days. It was just the wind.
The weather's given us a few headaches, but no, today so far so good. Touch wood.
Good.
Hopefully it can stay that way.
And if you wonder what is happening, no flashback show today. We are down here until the very last rider goes, which we're estimating between 1 and 1:30. We're at rider 54 is just going to be mounting the ramp very shortly, but obviously we don't start from 1 to 288. They start off at different times. So when John comes back, we'll find out where we are. I reckon we're about a third of the way through the riders leaving.
Okay.
Which is where we're at. I think Dan's got the camera on Dougie Lampkin right now, who's sort of attending to his bike. And he'll be getting sorted out to leave off. As he's the current leader on the leaderboard, where he's very determined, he's professional, and he's steely determination as he walks across the car park. He's just got that look in his face.
Focus of another one.
No, definitely. And that's what he's here for. He's here to win. Which you've got to sort of dock your cap and say, good on you, go on, make it. And today's competition, you wonder what the questions are for the goodie bag and umbrella for this Saturday. It's what car have Trial Magazine used at the 2022 Scottish 6 Days Trial? And who is the most successful Scottish 6 Days rider? And there's a goodie bag and umbrella for each of those questions.
Excellent. And so they can enter that by dropping a WhatsApp or phone the studio on 01397 706 100. Just drop us a text to Nevis at 82228 to put Nevis at the start, and that's charged at your normal network rate. Email the studio at studio@nevisradio.co.uk or get us on social media on Facebook, Instagram and YouTube under Nevis Radio Official, or find us on Twitter at Nevis Radio or use the hashtag SSDT2022, where we'll also take your photos and videos and we'll see if we can fit them into our live video feed as well.
There you go. Lots of ways you can get in contact with us, and wherever you're listening, a good morning to you from us here in Fort William.
Indeed, do let us know.
Yeah, we're going to the news now. We'll be back straight after this.
From 96.6 to 102.4 FM.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many things do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many things do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder.
This is day 6 of the Scottish 6-day trial.
It's day 6. I'm laughing because I get up and you go back to your chair and your chair's moved because the camera operators decided it was a better picture. I don't know what to say really. I nearly sat down and fell on the floor. Not good. I'm John Weller. John Moffat is in Parc Ferme somewhere. I think he's down getting a cup of tea. It takes about 2 hours to get down and back. We've got Dan on the cameras today. Thank you very much, Dan. Mrs. W in the Thistle Access trailer. And Si back at the studio, just sitting there, eating crisps and drinking pop, I imagine.
Just sitting. I'm on water, I'll have you know.
Water? You're on water, are you?
Water, aye. I've not actually had fizzy juice for quite some time now. I've actually been one of those people. I've been buying sparkling water and putting diluting juice in it because it appears there's less sugar and less of the other stuff they put in it.
There you go. And you're still on your sort of high fibre?
Well, I've had some chocolate, so...
You did succumb yesterday, you sort of...
I've been trying to keep off the chocolate. I've almost managed 3 weeks, but I kind of gave up this week.
Because in all honesty, it does. You have got to wean yourself off it because you do, or he used to eat a lot of it.
Yes.
And your body's probably got very used to that amount of sugar and chocolate.
Yeah, there's been quite a... But, I mean, doing fizzy juice and chocolate at the same time, my body's kind of gone, what you're playing at, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
But I think we're through that now, and I'm trying to do the whole moderation thing. That's about as healthy as I'm going to get, to be fair, so, you know.
You're doing better than me this week. We've got a bit of shortbread down here, which I just opened a pack and I thought, oh no, we can't eat that now, we're going live, so we'll have a bit of that in a minute with a cup of tea. Then there'll be a bacon roll, then nothing really to tonight. That's my problem. It's really ruined up our sort of, what should I say, our eating routine.
Well, this is it. Today's a busy one for me, because obviously, you know, I do many other things, so I'm actually DJing somewhere else tonight, so I've got to get all this lot done and then go get all that prepped, so I don't really have time to do much today.
And today you're working as a volunteer as well?
Yes, because I don't usually do Saturdays.
No, so it's everybody puts a bit of extra in, and it pulls it together.
Yeah.
It pulls it together. It's a big team effort. And we've had a couple of other people down here. We've had Sean down on Monday helping us get things sorted out technically. Deborah's been popping in and out doing a bit of camera work, which all helps. And I think you said Sam might be on her way, which would be cool.
Yeah, she said she was talking about it, but I've not. She's not come back to me, so I don't know if that's happening or not. But
well, John's saying, I got the interrogation. Who's Sam? What's Sam do? What show does she do? So I've just had to put him in the picture.
Ah.
Do I know Sam? Don't know. Do you? I don't know John.
He knows everybody. Of course he does.
I think everybody knows him. That's the difference.
Yes.
A bit like David Sedgwick.
Yes.
I don't know how long it takes to get down that high street.
You could send David and John down the high street together and time it.
Oh,
see who gets there first.
I tell you should have seen the reunion. It was like these two lovers just running to each other in slow motion when he popped down yesterday.
Should I have gone into the spot for the day with just the two of us?
You could have done that. Yes, you could have done that. We could have played it back on slow motion on the camera. It would have been something special. But,
yeah.
It's good to see because obviously we speak to David quite a lot, but I haven't actually seen him in person for over 3 years.
It's mad how different that is with the whole COVID thing.
Yeah.
Obviously, people have just sort of worked virtually or done things at a distance. Then actually meeting up with people again you've not seen for ages is like you've kind of got older.
Yeah.
It's just one of them things. But aye.
Apparently I've got grey hair now. I've got a couple of grey hairs. Somebody said to me the other day.
All right.
So I don't know. I might have to look at that. I don't want to sort of go totally grey. That'd be bad, wouldn't it?
Well, it's a sign of being wise, apparently.
That's not going to happen.
Well,
who would give up their free time to do this?
I'm sticking with that theory because I'm starting to go grey. Right, Sam's actually just messaged back. No, she's not going to make it down today, but she's more thinking for next year. So there you go. You got something happening for next year.
Book some holidays, Sam. Come and join us. Be part of the team.
Yeah,
that'd be cool. That'd be good. But you are wondering what we are. We are a community radio station. We're here in Fort William, been here since 1994. 2 members of staff, Si and Fiona, sort of keep things running throughout the week that way. We've got a board of directors currently at 7, all volunteers, and the rest of the presenters you were here throughout the day and the evenings are all giving up their time totally free of charge. And we did win an award last year, the Queen's Award for Voluntary Services, which was fantastic.
We did indeed, which I'd say was a bit of a surprise, but hugely proud of that as well.
Yeah, we've got a nice certificate signed up on our wall, and we're proud of that as well. So that's how we work and rely on our adverts, which people moan about, but that pays the bills and keeps the lights on and pays the wages. And then it's grants and subscriptions and donations and funding and everything else like that.
Well, like all businesses, it needs to turn some money to make it all work. It's not a cheap business to run, really.
And this week at the trial, I know we keep mentioning them, but these people sort of give us services and financial help, and that is Trial Magazine, Michelin Tires, Thistle Access, Fort William Tool Hire, Lochilnet through the internet services. We've got pretty wide broadband. I think the best way of putting it is the bandwidth we're looking at.
Yeah, basically they've kind of allowed us, or I say Ali's configured it so we can put out a steady stream that in theory should not drop. Obviously, we've had issues with that this week for other reasons, but yeah, it's nice and stable.
And then we've got the catering team to keep us fed and watered, and it all just makes it all come together, so it is really appreciated. And our advertisers throughout the week on the radio, thank you very much.
And indeed, including all of our long-term advertisers that are with us.
Yeah, those we still give support, and a lot of those have supported us right through COVID as well. We said it before, but we are indebted to you for sticking with us at Nevis Radio and having faith and confidence in what we do, try and deliver.
Indeed, yeah. It's quite a big thing, really, for us.
And if you want to find out more, check the website out, check the Facebook pages out, and all the links to everything we do are on there.
Indeed. Well, and likewise, if as it's voluntary, if you fancy a go, pop in, have a look.
The biggest moan I get, we don't play this, we don't play that, we don't do music from the shows, we don't do classical music. Talk to us, come and do a show.
Yeah, got space.
I got involved because they weren't playing disco. That's how I ever got involved with Nevis Radio. There was no disco show. So I
got asked if I could mix vinyl on the radio. I was like, I suppose so.
And you just say, only 1 or 2 hours a week, happy with that, just come along. If you want to get involved with other stuff, you can get involved with other stuff. There's no monetary repayments in mileage or anything else like that. It's totally given free of charge, your services. But we'll make you very welcome. Come and talk to us.
And it is quite good fun, to be fair.
And it doesn't matter what age you are, what your workload is, or how you do stuff in your life.
Well, talking of age, I don't know whether people listening for the trials would have stuck with us because they might have been out of sections, but we do have a bit of a scheme going with the local high school here. So we have high school kids, or I shouldn't say kids, high school students, sorry, on air once a week that have been learning. And basically we throw them in at a deep end. So they come in, sit down, and they're on air. There's no training involved from that perspective. It's you're on now. And we train them on the job. Over the space of 5 weeks, and within the 5 weeks they go from not having a clue of what to do to being able to put together a show, which is pretty cool. And they do it completely on their own in terms of output. So it's their music choice, their features, their content, their topics. It's just a platform for them to learn, develop and experience radio, but do it on their terms as well.
Well, I got down here, I know when you first got involved you were at school.
Yeah, I was at school. Wasn't with the school, but I was at school.
And what got you into this? I mean, why did you decide, I want to do that?
I had to do volunteer work.
Right, yeah.
There wasn't I won't lie, there wasn't I quite want to do that. I had to do volunteer work. And I thought, go for that.
And you were doing with Linda, wasn't it? I think you were doing Saturday morning with Linda?
Yeah, aye, that was the one.
And then I got introduced to you.
Aye, and then here we are 5 years later.
It's quite a while now, because I've watched you obviously go from, your mum bringing you in, basically.
Aye, to this.
To learning to drive, passing your test, and where you are now.
Aye, it's been all my adult life, really, I would say.
Bit unreal, isn't it?
Aye, well, just thinking there, 1994, you say this started. 8 years before I was born.
Oh dear. That's bad. Thanks for that.
Well, you say it's bad, but at the same time it's good because this doesn't work without young people coming through, because obviously people get older, we need more people coming through, so it's good.
And it's that different taste of music. We're talking about that, I know you thought we knock each other's music, but we do appreciate everybody's music.
Aye, you need different taste. You can't have all the same.
No, that's what it's about. And to make it varied, and people say we've got a weird playlist. Yes, we've got a weird playlist and what we put out, and that's what we like to do, try and hit somebody with a tune they love at some point during the day.
Aye.
It's like our weather. If you wait 3 minutes, it'll change.
You wait 3 minutes, I might get around to doing it.
Yeah.
Shall we do that now, then?
Yeah, I tell you what, we'll do that, and then I'll go busted, and we'll do a bit of an ad break. How does that sound?
That sounds a good plan.
Today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
It's going to be a dry day almost everywhere, which is great news. Good, bright and sunny periods. However, the odd light afternoon shower may develop in the Great Glen. Light winds with a maximum high of 17 degrees centigrade, 63 Fahrenheit. And tonight, a generally dry evening and night with some clear spells, though high cloud will increase, and the Hebrides may have the odd spot of rain later in the night. The minimum overnight low is going to be 4 degrees centigrade, 39 Fahrenheit.
That was today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
Tyres, let's put in tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so cool man look smarter. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool man look smarter. The world time has come to. You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can do it cool man look smarter. The world time has come to.
For the players.
The tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin Tires have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to. You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so
Trial on Nevis Radio is sponsored by Michelin and Trial Magazine.
We are indeed, and we're going to do something a bit different now. It's not very good for radio, but we thought we'd give the viewer an idea of how we've been sort of set up here. So I've just come out of our sort of little outside studio in a way. So we're looking out onto this, which is obviously Loch Linney behind us. And if we come round this way, we've got this mast which the Hire Centre have kindly donated to us, and all we got up the top there, we've got one of our aerials. I know it sounds a bit elaborate for that, but that makes a nice sturdy platform for that, stops it moving around. If Dan can come round this way a little bit, he's taking it off the thing. We've got another little mast, and there's a little white dish, and that's doing our Loch Hill net internet, and above that, to get our feed to what we're monitoring, there's another little aerial which does an FM feed. So 3 aerials and the dish, or two aerials and a dish, helps get all the signals and the pictures and the sound to you and back to us so we can monitor stuff. So this has got an inbuilt generator which we don't use. Round the back of the toilet block, which is just round here, I don't even come that far, probably not, but that generator, you probably hear it purring away there. That's getting us our electric supply. This is all linked to the System Access trailer, which inside is the nerve centre of what we're doing down here. You got us on there, are you doing okay? This is what we're monitoring. We've got a monitor TV up here, so we can see what's going out when we're live. Got our clocks keeping us on time. Beverages, the stuff which gets lumbered on there. Then coming behind there is the nerve centre. Or is it the nervous centre? I'm not sure. In the trailer, a very good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
It looks very complicated in there.
It depends how old you are.
It could be like that.
At my age, yes, it's complicated. At Dan's age, probably not.
Oh, right, I've got to do this, right? Hang on, there you go. So I've got feedback. So now we're going to do to our speakers. We've got speakers which monitor, and we play that out to people standing in Parc Ferme. So behind me is the ramp, but in there, basically we've got transmitters, we've got microphone mixers, we've got boxes doing lots of gizmo stuff. You're working with 3 screens there, you've got a laptop, so we get all the internet and everything else like that.
Yeah, that does my videos when I play out the videos. I've got this one that shows the cameras that we're playing out there and all the different options I've got, and this one's what's actually going out.
And it gets quite cold now. I know we sort of say you're nice and warm, but it gets quite chilly through there, hence the blanket.
I've got the blanket over.
Many layers of jackets.
Yes.
And nobody goes in there, so we don't move anything, we don't touch anything. You're the only person who goes in there when we're live.
Yes, because if you stand on that trailer, I lose my internet.
And coming back round, we might as well do, you go that way, I'll come this way. This is what we're doing. So the ramp's right behind us, that's why it gets quite noisy. This is where we've been sitting, obviously. And round here is where all the timekeeping, the SSDT's main start offices, and that's where they sort of set the bikes off before they go up the ramps. So it's quite a thing, and as I say, back at the studio, there's lots of other stuff going there, obviously, to make it all work.
Well, obviously, this time we've got a full live radio studio. But I say the stuff that you've just shown off on our YouTube feed, if you want to go back and watch it, feel free, go have a little look. This has taken us the best part, what, 5-6 years to develop into this?
It's been quite a while, and it's obviously it's a big financial stretch as well.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of people help support us over the years to build up the kit we got. And to us it is quite flashy, but it's made such a big difference this year. It's made everything a bit more stable. I know we've had a few technical issues, but it's basically weather and water related.
Yeah.
Which we can't control.
A lot of the equipment that we've got for this year, we have managed to invest through COVID through various funds that we've applied for the funds that help you support, diversify your business and help develop new ideas, which is kind of why we've gone and pushed on for this route and tried to provide a high-end service. So hopefully that has come across in the production of what we can achieve this year. Personally, I think it has, but then again, I'm a bit biased. But
the feedback we've been getting through the various sites have been amazing, and we do appreciate it. They've been enjoying the interaction, and people which haven't got a real interest in trial bikes have been actually saying, actually, I've learnt a lot.
Yes.
And if we can just do that to 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 or 100 people, then I think our job is done.
Indeed. And again, if you are local and you are listening or watching, or you want to go watch it later on, or you'll watch it at some point, that's the kind of thing we could possibly do for businesses or events within the area as well. We can do this for other people. Now, we know this kind of system works like this. This is achievable for many other people in Lochaber.
We'll chat about John Moffey. He's the guy who's got all the knowledge, and he gives up his holiday to come down here and do this with us.
Yeah, we were a bit stuck with him, really.
Yeah, I know he's a great team, he's a great friend, and every year he sort of keeps in contact with us, what he's doing, what's happening in the trials world, and with him and John Hume, this helps put this on.
Totally. And I say, it all kind of comes together like a wheel with spokes, doesn't it?
I don't know about that. A wonky wheelbarrow sometimes, maybe?
Never. We're never wonky.
Well, we come round to John. I know somebody in the car park he wants to chat to. I'll give you a mic. It's all right. Here we go. It's all right. Has they gone, or have we mucked up your plans?
I don't know. He was there a minute ago, and I didn't see him leave, so he's maybe just disappeared off for a minute. I need to get his number. That would be the best thing, wouldn't it?
Oh, there you go. See, this is how it works. I've sort of thrown it off because John said what we're doing now, so we're going for a little wander around.
He's gone.
He's gone. Sorry.
He was there a minute ago and then he just suddenly disappeared, so they've obviously run through some numbers quicker than I anticipated. Let's see now, who have we got? Yeah, I've had an idea. Rider number 88, let's have a chat with one of the local riders here at the Scottish 6 Days Trial 2022. Alan Ian McMaster, number 88, local boy from Fort William, used to live out at Banavie. Now then, you've been riding quite well this year, I believe, Alan, so tell us a little bit about your trial.
Well, had a couple of bad days to start with, Monday, Tuesday, but getting a bit better now. Now I've got some practicing.
Now, you had quite a good ride up at first, but you were a wee bit disappointed because they scrubbed it.
It's a shame, it was a cracker. Just wish someone's got it on video. Nobody will believe me, I'm not.
So what are you doing for a living now then, Alan?
Driving machines, plant operator.
Yeah.
So, it's alright.
Quite enjoy it?
I love them, love the machines,
Pays the bills?
Pays the bills, that's it, that's what it's all about.
Now, you've been riding the Beta this week. Any problems with the 300 Beta?
Not at all, no, just a chain block, that was it. Cost me a few points that, but no, can't complain, good bike.
It only costs a couple of quid to replace it.
That didn't cost me anything, I took it off the old man's bike.
Ah, well, that's even cheaper. So anyway, I noticed I'm supporting you. So back next year, you reckon?
Hopefully, yeah, fingers crossed. And I never actually got an entry this year. If it wasn't for Martin Murphy leaving Holmes, I wouldn't be here, so fingers crossed I get in next year, so just say thank you to him for getting us in as well. It's great.
The joys of oversubscription. So anyway, have a good day today, Alan.
Thank you very much, John. See you later.
That's Alan Ian McMaster from Fort William, rider number 88 on the Beta. And back to you, Mr. Weller.
Oh, handing back to me. But we're just saying, you're down here as part of your holiday too, aren't you? I mean, we're saying we give up our time, but you go up your holiday with your wife and whatever to come and do this with us every morning.
Well, we don't give up a holiday, we take a holiday.
We take holiday.
I suppose pack up work, I suppose. Yeah, work off. So not to worry in the next sort of year's time, or well, not by next time, this time next year, but certainly by December, I'll have fully retired. So in a way, I'm quite looking forward to that because there's things I want to do. I've got a retirement plan in place. I've got a new bike coming on the 1st of July, just really for the road, just to go out and get some miles under my belt. Getting a new 690 KTM Enduro bike. I won't be using it for competition at all. It's just nice to have something different. I just thought I'd treat myself, sort of pre-retirement present to myself.
Why not? Because you have got a fair collection of bikes in the back.
I've got one or two. I tend to be a Bultaco specialist, if anything, but AGS and Matchless is is another sort of forte of mine. My father rode AGS in the Scottish twice, and he had an ex-factory matchless which we were delighted to get back in 1973 thanks to local man at Kinlochleven, Ian Pollock. And we also have the bike he owned before that, the AGS he actually rode in the 53 and 54 Scottish. So yeah, we come down for a bit of a break pre-trial. This year I was back watching the pre-65 trial at Kinlochleven, and certainly Kinlochleven have adopted that event. I mean, there's a lady down in Kinlochleven decorates the bollards at the side of the road with sort of covers, and she does a special one with the trials bikes on it, and then when it's Easter time she puts little chicks and things like that on it. It's quite novel. I've never seen that anywhere else, and I do follow the Kinlochleven past and present page on Facebook. It's a really friendly group of people. Obviously mainly the people who have been brought up in Kinlochleven, and I'm friends with a photographer, Ian Laurie, who was also brought up at Kinlochleven, and I feature quite a number of his pictures on my Trials Guru website. So it all comes together really nice, and the weather the week before the Scottish was really good down here, and we've had quite a nice break. Had a couple of picnics out on the Moydart Run on the Thursday, and a couple of days before that as well, when I discovered that my flasks were faulty and had to buy a new one. But apart from that, it's been good, and well, it's a fantastic part of the world. I mean, we can see today a lot more of the grandeur of Lochaber, and that's why it is the outdoor capital of the UK.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's something you've been talking about with some other friends and people who bought bikes back. You say you put it back onto a DVLA number. Is that the original number when the bike would have been sold from the retailer?
Yes, I mean, all my bikes.
I mean, if that number's gone to somebody else, obviously you can't get it.
No, you can't get it.
The numbers stay within the DVLA, you can try and track it back. Is that the way?
If it's on the DVLA system, I mean, I think there's been 6 occasions where I've purchased bikes that I'd always fancied when I was younger, but wasn't in a position to buy them at the time. So I picked up a few bikes over the years, and it started with a 250 Bultaco. Somebody I was speaking to some years ago had mentioned this particular form that the DVLA use, and it's for purchasing from them a replacement logbook or a V5C. And I just sent one off to the DVLA and gave the frame number and some details and a cheque for £25. And lo and behold, a couple of weeks later, in came a V5C for the bike, because I didn't know the number, and it had been registered from new. So I thought, well, hold on a minute, that was a 250. I thought, the 325s, most of them were used in the Scottish at that era, or road trials, because a lot of the trials back in the sort of mid-70s and in before that were all based on the road, like the Scottish. And I thought, oh, I'll try this. So I started putting away these forms for each bike, and lo and behold, each one came back. I think there was only one that didn't come back as a registered bike. And then that gives the bike a bit of identification. You know, it gives an identity to the bike, and it also makes it easier to insure them as well, because then you've got the appropriate paperwork for it. But the bikes that I didn't get a response on, I went through a process and actually registered them with age-related numbers. 1 or 2 of them have got that, and I built a special 370 Sherpa. Basically, the reason I built that was because Martin Lampkin was issued with a 363 bike through Comerford's and the factory, and he used a couple of engines of that capacity, so I built a bike, and the frame for that actually registered, and it's got a what is that, an R registration, which dating back to 76. So I like everything to be right and proper, and got files for them all, and just to make it easier to keep tabs on them and keep them secure.
When you're restoring stuff, you're very keen to keep as much original as you can, or you might clean things up or replate things, but you're still trying to use the original bolt that might be clean.
Yeah. Some of my bikes have been upgraded to a better specification. You know, like, so for example, the 19A Bultaco Sherpa had a very small airbox which didn't let it breathe very well, so if you use the earlier airbox, it actually gives more air volume to them. Well, that's the theory, and I've done a couple of bikes like that, but other bikes I've got are actually nut and bolt exact as they left the factory, and it's nice to have a bike like that. But I also like bikes that haven't been restored, and I actually got a machine from a good friend, a 1973 325 Bultaco Model 91, and that bike hasn't had a lick of paint put on it from new. Now, okay, when you look at it, it's slightly scruffy looking compared to other bikes, obviously, but it's the patina of the bike. It hasn't been painted since it left the factory in 1973. It's even got a set of Dunlop Trials Universal tyres on it, and they stopped making them in 1977.
Okay.
So these tyres are very old, so the integrity of them isn't that good.
No.
But what I plan to do is get a couple of wheels the same and put modern tyres on it, and then put these tyres on when I want to use the bike on the road. And if I ever want to show the bike with the Dunlop Trials tyres Universals on, then I'll put the original wheels back in, and that'll keep it absolutely spot on.
Can you preserve tyres? Is there a coating you put on because they start cracking and dropping?
Well, it's difficult. I think it's sunlight that goes for them, and from a safety point of view, you won't get me using tyres on a road bike that are any more than 3 years old. Same with brakes and things like that. But with a bike like that, I mean, it's not a high-speed bike. I mean, I've had it on the road. It is registered. There's no MOT required because anything over 40 years old is MOT exempt. But the guys I know, they all keep their bikes in tip-top condition. The brakes work, the tyres are good and all the rest of it. But it's just that bit of patina I want to preserve, and I think the way to do that is to get a set of wheels the same as the Model 91, pop them on with modern tyres, Michelin's, whatever, and use them on the public highway.
And when you've got a bike like that, keeping it in storage, you have to obviously drain the fuel out. Would you keep that sort of thing? Or would you just
There's different fuels now that you can buy that are ethanol free. The old glass fibre fuel tanks don't like the new ethanol fuels. It actually melts them, and they go wavy and spongy inside, and it just destroys them. It delaminates the glass
fibre. Having a bike and putting that, maybe an old bike, and you put that in, and you didn't realise it was going to do that. That'd be disaster, because obviously I watched that programme on the television, Bangers and Cash, and they're quite right when they say that a car or a motorcycle is only original once. Once you start painting it, you've taken the originality away from it. Okay, don't get me wrong, restored vehicles look absolutely lovely. They're terrific, but people are now realising the value in restored vehicles, and ones that have been maintained well, cherished, looked after over the years, still with the original paintwork on them. They are actually worth more now than a fully restored. And you could spend thousands on a car restoring it, and even thousands on a bike restoring it, but you got to get your money back. That's debatable. My attitude to it is, people say, oh, you're a collector. No, I'm a rider that just has more than one. Because I like to ride these bikes, and the ones I don't ride, well, that's the ones I've got to then consider selling because I'm not using them, and maybe give enjoyment to somebody else. But I was up here and I was at the Pre-65 and I was spectating, and a good friend of mine from West Lothian, his mate was asking me, if you're ever selling a bike, a road registered Bultaco, I'd be interested, but the difficulty is deciding which one to let go, because I've bought them for a reason, and that's because I like them. Yeah, and you want to ride them, exactly.
Yeah. Talking of older machinery and how you go about restoring it and things like that, obviously you do a fair bit of that. I know you do, because I've seen your posts and stuff on social media.
Yeah.
But when you go about finding these things, do you find them in like a workable condition, or do you find what would be generally classed as like a barn find and then try and bring it back? I've
had all sorts. It's difficult because I'm a bit particular, and now I wouldn't buy a motorcycle without it had a registration document. That's the first thing, because it's a hassle to try and get them registered. So that's the first point. Second point is, well, I've seen bikes that have been done up and bought them, and then when I've got touring about them, I've said, oh, that's wrong and this is wrong, so I'll start putting original bits back into them. Fortunately, I've got quite a good stock of spares. Even I've taken bikes apart just to get the spares out of them and managed that. I mean, for example, I sold a bike to a good friend of mine, Willie Robertson, who was brought up in the same town as me, bought a Bultaco off me a few weeks ago, and when he stripped it, he found the crankcases had a split in them. Well, I had another set of crankcases that I reckon would do, and because I've had the full use out of that bike that actually broke down, I gave him the crankcases, and then most people say, oh, wait a minute, that's worth 150 quid. Well, I've had more than that out of that bike already, so as far as I'm concerned, Willie, you bought the bike, the crankcases were suspect. We didn't know that, I didn't know that, neither did he when he bought it, but I said, look, have them free of charge, because they're more used to you now than me having a set of empty crankcases. What am I going to do with them? And he said, what did you do with the rest of it? I said, well, the gearbox out of that is now in the 370 Special Sherpa. So a gear cluster alone would be maybe £300 or £400. So I've already got those parts, so I've really got my money's worth. So I've passed that on to the next man to get some value out of these crankcases. And Willie's an engineer, he works offshore, and if Willie can't make them fit, then he'll put them to some other use. It's as simple as that, but I don't want any money for them. So there's always a bit of swapping goes on, but getting bikes, getting back to your question, getting bikes that are in different conditions, well, it's each to their own. I mean, I was always told by my father, never criticise another man's bike, because that's his pride and joy. I like to do them up to a certain standard. Other people don't, and when I've bought bikes, well, they've done them up to a standard, but it's not the standard that I look at, and then I'll take it, I'll raise the level of that bike, but not from a monetary point of view, purely because I know it's then right and I'm happy with it.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. It's up to personal taste.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I mean, I collect stuff and that, and they say what I want is something what somebody doesn't want. Then I might upgrade to something a bit better, and that's what it works.
Well, I said to you the other day, you look at these choppers now. I've never been a fan of chopper motorcycles of any description, custom bikes. But having said that, I'm now associated with the Scottish Motorcycle Show, and there's a special section in that called Built Not Bought, and it's all custom bikes, and I just stand and look at the engineering and the workmanship that goes into these bikes, and I admire that. I wouldn't actually want one to ride about on, but I can stand and look at it and say, that is a nice looking bike, that's put together well, look at the workmanship, look at the chrome, and look at the paint on it. Some of these paint designs they do with airbrush are just mind-blowing. But no, I wouldn't have it in my garage, but that guy is happy with his bike, and I appreciate and I respect that, and that's the way to do it. And I get a lot of enjoyment just looking at these things.
It's this whole thing, it's not just the riding, it's the enjoyment and tinkering and just improving things.
Yeah. Same with all these trial riders
exactly.
here. They quite enjoy, whipping wheels out and changing tyres and doing all that. Yeah, they're just in about it all. Yeah,
it's
part
amazing.
of the scene.
Jeff's in the car park. Is there a chance of getting a chat with him? Do you reckon? We've not really spoken to him this week.
Should be. I think Jeff's about. I'll try and get him. Do you want me to disappear off? And
do you want to do that now?
Just bring him in here?
If you want to do that, bring him here.
You keep things going.
All right, there you go. We'll carry on chatting here. So, so the outside from what people just riding it, people collect stuff. They're trying to get the history going, which I think is fascinating. And as John says, trying to keep it as original as possible is one thing he does. Our social media, how is that going?
It's ticking along. I've got a few people asking about today's competition question, so we could do a recap in that before we do move on past having a chat with someone else.
I certainly can. We've got 2 goodie bags and umbrellas up for grabs. What car have Trial Magazine used at the 2022 Scottish 6 Days trial this year, obviously? And who is the most successful Scottish 6 Days rider? So what car have Trial Magazine used at the 2022 Scottish 6 Days trial, and who is the most successful Scottish 6 Days rider? You only need to answer one of those questions for 1 goodie bag, and we'll be picking a winner around about 11:30 this morning is the plan. That way it'll give you a chance to get down here before we pack up. You want to pick it up from Parc Ferme.
Sounds like a plan. And to get involved with that, all you got to do is drop me a WhatsApp or phone the studio on 01397 706 100. You can text us on 82228, put Nevis at the start, and that is charged at your normal network rate. You can email the studio at studio@nevisradio.co.uk, or find us on social media under Facebook, Instagram and YouTube at Nevis Radio Official, or find us on Twitter at Nevis Radio, or use the hashtag SSDT2022.
What we're going to do, we can do a tune. I think Jeff's going to come over in 2-3 minutes. Something like just having a chat to somebody else in the car park right now.
Okay.
And if we can have ELO.
ELO?
ELO, yeah.
Has it got dots in it?
It might be electric orchestra. I'm not sure. It might be electric light orchestra.
Hang on, which tune are you looking for? We'll do it by the tune.
I'm just trying to think which one I want, actually. I'll do
Rocking all over the world.
That's the status quo.
Scooter.
What's the one ELO does?
Oh, they did, rock and roll, something else, didn't they?
Roll over
Beethoven, that's the one.
Do we even have that?
Yeah, it's on there. Yeah,
I've realised I can't spell orchestra. Hang on.
Just electric.
Yeah, that's right. I'll get in there. Roll over Beethoven. Right, we can do that.
That's right. Do that. If need be, come straight back to us. If you monitor, I'll let you know if Jeff comes over.
Okay.
Okay, great stuff.
Combination is hard to beat. The Michelin Tires have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smart. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smart. The world time has come to. You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so cool and look smart. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smart. The world time has come to. You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can do be cool and look smart. The world time has come to.
Stage Trial on Nevis Radio is sponsored by Michelin and Trial Magazine.
Now there's a tune for your earlobe rollover Beethoven.
Yes, indeedy. An all-time favourite of mine is that. So there we are. Anyway, 2022 Scottish 6 Days Trial. Just about over for another year. We've only a few more hours to go, probably about 5 or 6 hours, and then it'll be all over for another year. But what will be over for another year is the incumbent of the Clerk of the Course position, Mr. Jeff Horn from Perth. This is your last year at the Scottish 6 Days as Clerk of the Course, but I don't think you'll disappear completely, Jeff.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's been 10 years in the role now. Time to move on, get fresher ideas and blood into the role itself. And as you say, yep, the club still has an awful lot of other roles that need to be carried on.
Now, you started off doing an assistant clerk of the course role, and I think you were actually assistant clerk of the course, I think they called it, and then deputy clerk of the course before you actually took the job on. You were assisting, I think, when I came more involved with the Scottish as secretary, you were assisting the late Willie Darling. It's not something that you can just come and do. You've got to really, I suppose, serve an apprenticeship at, I suppose.
Absolutely. I last rode the event in '94 and was invited on the committee in the September of that year.
Yeah.
And I've just come up and enjoyed myself working at the Scottish since then.
Yeah.
One of the committee members who was deputy clerk of the course, Mark Witham, wanted to ride a trial one year. Willie Dallin asked if I was filled the role.
Yeah.
And I've been a deputy for a number of years after that.
Part of the scene. Yeah, that's right. And you did actually ride the Scottish 6 days in a TY 250R Yamaha back in the day, back in the 90s it would be.
I rode it in '92 and '94.
Yeah. Did you enjoy it?
I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah.
It was the pinnacle at the time of, I felt, any local riders riding in normal trials. I want to do the Scottish.
Yeah.
I want to go up there, finish it, stand on the podium and get a finisher's award at least.
Yeah. But you also did motocross as well.
I did that at schoolboy many years ago. I kind of grew up off of that after school.
Yeah. But your whole family's been steeped in motorcycling, because your father, Jackie Horn, he was a rider in the Isle of Man TT races.
The family goes back, we've traced it back to the Perth District Motor Club starting in 1909. It went into abeyance in 1918 for the First World War when it was resurrected. I've got history tells us that my grandfather won a sand race in 1921.
Right.
And the family has been members of that club, and the club's been running since then.
Yeah, because that's over 100 years, and the Perth and District Motor Club is the oldest club in Scotland.
I believe so.
Yes, I believe that as well, because any other ones at that era disappeared, but the Perth has actually kept going. So it's a great association. And your two sons have also ridden in the Scottish 6 days.
They've both ridden this twice now, individually for 2 years. Injury took one of them out each year, and then they both rode together the next year. And I'm led to believe they both want to ride it next year.
Yeah, well, that's good. It'd be good to see a Horn back on a bike in Fort William next year, hopefully. So that'll be good. So it is important, because we're all enthusiasts. I mean, anybody looking in or listening in this week will think that, we're all professionals, that it's some kind of business or whatever, but it's all down to enthusiasts at the end of the day. You're a motorcycle enthusiast. I'd like to think I'm one as well. And when you've been a rider, it's nice to put something back into the sport and keep the association going. I mean, some people come and go, obviously, but there's a lot of people that come back year after year, and you'll probably have that with all the officials that come here to Fort William to help with the Scottish 6 days trial.
Yeah, I felt privileged when I was invited onto the committee, yes, to put something back in. It was the same in the Perth District. We have the history in the club, and even though there was only myself and another member, Rab, we kept the club going because of history.
Yeah. And Rab's still involved in the Scottish 6 days as well. What's his role this week?
Rab's one of the assistant clerks of the course, and everybody in that role does whatever's needing done. There are people out setting up sections, they're over the moors, there's road sections, there's hiccups during the day. We're there to sort these out as we go.
Absolutely. Now, obviously, next year, David Dignan, who lives locally, will be taking over your job because you've decided to retire from it. What do you see your role with the Scottish 6 days next year? Because I don't honestly think you're just going to vanish off the scene. You'll be doing something. Or has that not been decided yet?
I might be asking questions from a cruise ship, I don't know.
All right.
No, there's many roles. The whole trial is evolving every year, and there's more and more paperwork, there's more and more background work to be done. There's many things that happen in a space of a year. I mean, next week we're starting organising for next year.
Yeah.
So there's umpteen roles that will still be carried on by myself, I would like to think.
Yeah, I would think so too. And what is it you actually do for a living? That's quite a unique thing that you do. You actually supply things.
Yes, we do. We're in the portable sanitation industry.
That's the word I'm looking for.
Portable sanitation industry. We obviously we've supplied the toilets here.
Yeah.
For the event.
Yeah. Now, but
my sons do work for me there as well.
Right. Well, obviously in the pandemic, people don't realise this is how busy you were. You never stopped. You know, you weren't furloughed at all.
No. The day we were told to go home, we did. We then came back the next day. We just started everybody at half-hour intervals, sanitised the vans, moved on, and we literally worked 7 days a week for a year.
Yeah, because you had to put these units out for
indoor toilets were closed. Portable sanitation had to be brought in. We've sprayed them with antibacterial, and people with indoor toilets were asking for extras for outside, and they needed to be serviced on a more regular basis.
Yeah, I didn't actually realise till I spoke to you at the time how important it was and how busy you were, because everybody at that time were literally sitting at home watching the television, and you weren't. You were actually working every day and never really stopped, and you know, not so much business was booming, it was necessary for you to be there to do that, and people don't realise that.
Still found time for the week of the trial, myself, Kirsten and Louise Price. We actually held a number of raffles through the week.
That's right.
And further on from the event itself. And of course, local chap Vince McIntosh used his lockdown exercise hour to visit many places on his push bike.
That's right, he did.
To replicate the trial that wasn't there.
Yeah.
And between Vince and ourselves, we managed to raise just short of £9,000 for Welford Hospital.
That's right. And a certain Mr. Dignan did an impersonation of yours truly, I think, on one of the videos as well.
I think I got the message then that he was kind of hankering for my job.
So there we have it. So anyway, what have you got to do today? Is there anything sort of pressing that you have to do on the last day of the trial, Jeff?
The one main thing is getting the scorecards in at the end of the day. It's imperative that we get that in as quick as we can, so we can get the scores done. I mean, the scores team have been working effortlessly all week, but it doesn't come without a price, and that's the time at night that they're finished. And Fergus Gray, I have to say thank you to him. This is his 20th year organising scores.
Yeah, that's right, because I think he came on board about 2003 to do the scores. That's right. So is there anybody in particular you'd like to thank when you're on Nevis Radio for?
Just, again, anybody and everybody that's associated with the running of this. It's difficult to know after 2 years of an absence whether things would come back to how they were. I have to say a massive thank you to all the landowners who have been very amenable and happy to see the event back.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen the High Street quite so populated as it was this Sunday.
Yeah, that's true. It was very, very busy. Surprising how many people actually turned out. But yeah, it's some people that are sort of fall into the background are the people who actually own and factor the land round about here to allow this great event to continue, and long may they support the trial, I would say, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Anyway, well, thanks, Jeff, for coming in. I know you're a busy guy and you've taken time off to come in to see us at Nevis Radio. John, is there anything you wish to add to that, being Nevis Radio's people?
I don't know, because I just see you milling around. I'm sort of in awe because you've got quite a responsibility on your shoulders. You obviously put on the spot at quite short notice a lot of the time, and you've got to make quick decisions. I mean, it must play on your mind to a certain extent.
I can't say it plays on your mind. If you get a situation, it's about how you mitigate it.
Yeah.
And we have answers for most things. Some things take a bit longer. It's not just on one person's shoulders all the time. You have people there we can confer with, and get opinions and work out the best solution.
I have a question.
We do indeed. We have a greeting meeting next week or the week after.
Then that'll be your official handover at that point to the, what your role you're doing now?
No, we're in the position for the year. We have the greeting meeting. We then all leave that, and then we'll reassemble back in September, and that is the re-election of posts.
Yeah.
That I'll officially have my letter there for.
And then you go, oh, thank goodness for that.
Not at all. No. It's been an absolute honour to have have had this role for so long.
Well, you've certainly got the passion for it. That's one thing I do pick up, just watching what you do. And
it's a passion, it's a pride, and it's the same with everybody else on the committee. Anybody else that comes here to help us on that side of it, everybody has a passion for this, and every one of them are special.
No, absolutely. It's that team again. We've got a question from the studio, Si.
Yeah, I'm just curious for John. Obviously, throughout the years he's been doing it, is there a year that's been maybe a favourite or a year that's been the worst for him? What
Is it saying a favourite year or one which sticks out in your mind as either the most troublesome or the best one?
I just go back to one year on a fateful Tuesday, and I think that particular day, the way things happened, opened my eyes to the fact that every one of us are human beings. Nobody gets up in the morning to go out and make something not happen. We go out to make it happen. When it doesn't happen, you've got to learn from it, move forward, and try and ensure things don't happen again.
Exactly. Is that learning, evolving, and going forward?
Yeah.
And don't forget the past, though.
Don't forget the past. The past's always there. It's something you have to learn from.
Yeah,
as you move forward.
That's life.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, so it's been a pleasure. You've been involved. I know we're going to see you around, but actually to have you in this role, you supported us here and always come and talk to us, which was good. So a radio station nobody to talk to is no good at all.
No, and may I say the radio station has come on leaps and bounds over the years. It gets better every year.
Thank you.
It's something that we all look forward to listening to.
Appreciate that.
No, honestly, it is actually from sitting in a car going to set up or going out as a clerk of the course and hearing things, it gives you that little bit extra that it's a society nowadays.
Well, you know, we kept it going through lockdown as well. We thought it was important just to keep that connection. I mean, John and the other John, what they put into that to keep. We did a whole week of broadcasting to keep the message out there. 6 Day Trial is still alive. It's still happening. It's just not here in person.
Well, that's it. As I say, there was no event, but we still had an event.
Yeah.
It was still prevalent here. A lot of the people that had hotels, accommodation, everything put up for the year, they still came up the next year when they could.
Yeah.
You know, it's testament to what people think of the Scottish 6 Days.
It's big. It's big in the area. It's big across the world.
Yeah, very much so. It's the best known trial in the world. Everybody knows about the Scottish as they're involved with trials. They don't need to come here to ride it, some choose not to, but you even heard Bernie Schreiber saying that his win at the Scottish 6 Days trial was the pinnacle of his career in motorcycle sport, because it was something that he had to win. It was one of those events that he just had to have under his belt, and he managed it in 1982, for example. So it just shows you.
Yeah, and that's similar to anybody else that gets to the Scottish 6 Days and even finishes. It's the same for them as it would be for somebody.
That's right, exactly.
And that's the beauty of the openness of the trial.
That's right, exactly. So Jeff, thank you very much indeed. You've always got things to do and places to go, so enjoy your, dare I say, retirement, if it's called that, and I'm sure we'll see you here next year.
I'm not age for retirement yet, but change of role would be.
Change of role, that's it. So anyway, best of luck with that as well, Jeff, and thank you for coming to see us.
Thank you both very much.
Cheers, Jeff. Thank you. So there you go. That is the sort of retiring clerk of the course for this year. New man in the post next year. See how that's going to go. We're heading up to the 10 o'clock news. We're here right through into the very last ride, at least not so late.
Rain, and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal, really.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder.
6-day trial.
It is day 6, and you're going out to Parc Ferme, Mr. Moffat there.
Yes, I'm going to go and have a quick tour of the Ferme, try and get a quick chat with one of the riders here who's on the Beta, the 300 factory rider number 139. He has won the trial before, and his name is James Dable, and we'll just have a quick word. He's just putting stuff in his rucksack at the moment. He's got a few minutes to go. James, now you've won this trial before. I remember 2007 you were on a Montesa, and then you won it again in 2019. Can't remember how many times
11.
you won it.
No, I've not won it 11. I won 2007, 2011 Centenary, and 19.
And 19, that's right. So 3 times won it. Now, you're always pretty relaxed looking. I don't know how you do it. And you're lying at the moment in second position, just 2 marks adrift from Dougie Lampkin.
Yeah, to be honest, that is the only way I've ever been able to ride Scotland, to try and stay relaxed. I've always been lucky that I've ended up with like some good lads around that they're always up for a crack, and it just keeps me settled and relaxed and chilled through the day. Try not to overthink it, but at the end of the day I've got nothing to lose, so you know that's the way I've kind of attacked it. You know, when you're leading, you know, you're the one that's got everything to lose. I know myself from riding before, and the hiccup in 18, that it's never over until you get back here, so
you've nothing to lose and everything to gain.
Correct.
That's it. Now, you've moved on from being a professional trials rider to actually working for a living, I suppose you could say, and you're now actually driving an HGV.
Yeah, that's right. Decided to retire at the end of 2020. 2020? Yeah. With my last year at World Championship, just decided to take a back seat from it. Through the pandemic, I enjoyed the time being at home with my family and kids and stuff like that, so yeah, just decided to take a back seat from World Championship and British Championship and things like that, and mess about on an enduro bike for a little bit on weekends. But yeah, driving a truck Monday to Friday, and yeah, loving life.
Now, you've got a couple of kids. Do you think any of them might take up the sport? Is that on the cards? Because it's always a difficult question, that one.
No pressure, to be honest. I've had people tell me, oh, they'll definitely be trials riders, but you know, I'm happy for them to do whatever they want to do. You know, if it's play football, ride bikes, you know, ballet, scooters, whatever it is, as long as they're having fun, that's the main thing, you know, because I chose to ride trials bikes because that's what I love doing, and that what, you know, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be the same. You know, if they do, I'll support them 100%, but if not, it's not an issue.
Yeah, because you have a brother, Joe, who had a crack at trials, and everybody reckoned he was just as good as you.
More naturally talented than me, but he hated riding in front of people. He actually rode here around with us in 2005, me and Hemingways, and it was pretty much his last trial.
And of course your sister, Leanda, she rode as well.
Yeah, she rode, when we were a lot younger, she rode quite consistently, but the ladies' trials then weren't as big as what it is now. And then she took a break from it, chose other paths, and then she tried to come back a little bit and have a bit of fun with it, but it was just too much. She wanted to settle down and have her own family and things like that, so
yeah, that's the way it works. So anyway, I wish you all the best today, and you never know, don't write off James Dable just yet.
No.
Anyway, James, thanks very much for speaking to us on Nevis Radio. It's always a pleasure to interview you. As I said, you're always so relaxed and happy to be interviewed. Thanks for that.
Well, somebody has to be. Cheers, John.
That's James Dable from Leeds in Yorkshire. Won 3 times, as he says. He won the Millennium event. He also won the Millennium event of the Scott Trial. And strangely enough, weirdly enough, he actually used the same number on his bike to do so.
Oh, there you go. Living it and loving it, as he says.
Yeah.
And can I just say well done to Dan trying to get you across there, because every time you got you framed up, somebody walking the way.
Oh, well, that's it. You see, they're all busy getting ready to go. You see, that's the thing.
You've got another gentleman here too.
Yes, I do. I've actually got a young gentleman here called Mr. Simon Valenti. Now, Simon's here to talk us through a new award that's come on stream this year for the Scottish 6 Days Trial, in memory of his brother, who I knew very well. In fact, when I started riding trials back in 1974, his brother's name was always in the results, and I always kept a note of it as to how far ahead of me he was in the results, trying to beat him, because he was an established trials rider from Edinburgh. So, Simon, welcome to Nevis Radio this morning. Tell us a little bit about the award that you've actually put up in Peter's memory.
Yeah, well, the awards, while it's a memorial to Peter and the person he was within the Scottish trials scene, he did have 2 attempts at the SSDT. First being in 1977, which was your year of riding, I think. And unfortunately, he didn't get to the finish that year. He managed to have a 5, dented in one of the fork sliders, which jammed up the front end of the bike. He struggled on as best he could, but there's no way you can get through 6 days of the Scottish with a rigid front end bike. So he had to retire, and he came back again in 1983 for another go on a 200 Fantic. He managed pretty well that year, got round relatively trouble-free, and he finished in 206th place. And what the SSDT committee have kindly allowed me to do is donate a trophy to the 206th finisher this year.
Right.
In Peter's memory, but also really to recognise the kind of effort, determination, tenacity you need to get round in 206th place. It's no picnic, obviously. You struggle most of the way, and a lot of the time it's an unrecognised achievement, and it's kind of taking note of that.
Yeah, and of course what we would regard this as is very much a true clubman's award.
Yes.
Because Peter was the ubiquitous clubman, a bit like myself. We were never Scottish champions, but we did take a lot of enjoyment out of the sport. But Peter went one better. He actually was an organiser, and he was actually a trials secretary of the Melville Motor Club when he was still in his 20s. He was actually putting back as he took out, if you know what I mean.
He did indeed. He took a strong view about how trials should be laid out, actually, to suit all competitors, not just the top 10 riders, but to make sure everybody had a decent day out, enjoyed themselves, and got something out of the sport. There's not much pleasure to be had from struggling around a trial that's too hard for you. And despite the fact that back in the 70s, in those days, we all rode the same route.
That's right.
He made sure that the trials he was responsible for were enjoyable and rideable by all the riders.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, what we've got now is a sort of halfway house, in that we've got different routes in domestic trials, as opposed to the Scottish 6-day. It's all one route, which is what trials used to be. But now you've got an A, B and a C and a D route for different classes and different standards of riders, and that was really brought about at a time when you had the likes of, in Scotland anyway, the likes of Les Winthrop and Gavin Johnson, who were like streaks apart from everybody. A bit like what happened with Gary McDonald when he came on the scene. They're always in a class of their own, and to have lesser lights riding these sections, it was getting to the point of impossibility. So we had an A and a B route come into Scotland, that we took that forward. But Peter, of course, I think there was a story that when Peter rode, his first trial was in Dunfermline, and unfortunately he succumbed to, I think it was a heart attack, wasn't it, Simon?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, that was May of last year. He'd actually ridden in trials competitively every year since 1971, so he had a 50-year record of trials riding, and he got to a trial in Fife near Dunfermline last year, and unfortunately that was his last trial.
And it was one of these things that people thought it was a really shame that unfortunately he succumbed to a heart attack at an event, but I've always said, well, he passed away doing something he was passionate about and enjoyed doing, and that's the good part to take out of it. And unfortunately, because of the pandemic, we went to Pete's funeral, and it was obviously restricted, but the people that were there were all either motorcyclists or cyclists, because he had a great passion for cycling as well. And up here at the Scottish, I know that he observed at the Scottish as well, but he also used to come up with a push bike and cycle to a lot of the sections, and then it was easy parking, so there was zero emissions, he didn't make any noise, and he appeared at the sections, and you could see Peter with his riding gear, cycle riding gear, watching the sections, and always had a great time to have a chat with him, because we always had something to talk about. But he never ever discussed his work.
No,
he
not
only
at all,
talked
no.
about motorcycling. He
Yeah.
never said there was trouble at work or what he did.
Yeah.
In fact, for years I didn't even know what he did for a living.
Oh.
And we shared accommodation together, we went to trials together, possibly in different cars, etc. But that's what we did, and he never ever talked about his work.
Yeah, it was the same with me. I'm in the same boat as you. Even when he died, I didn't actually know what job he did.
That's right.
And, because I think he thought, why would anybody be interested?
Yeah, that's it. But they were interested in what we were talking about, the latest bike, or how he went to the trial. He used to phone you to ask you how you, because you obviously live down south, how did you get on at the trial today? He wouldn't discuss what happened in work the day before, and that was it. So thank you very much, Simon, for coming in today to talk to us. But more importantly, thank you very much for putting an award up for 206th place at the Scottish 6 Days, because that gives, hopefully in the years to come, the clubmen something to go for. They might not go for best 250, they might not try to win the trial, they're not maybe capable, but they might just go for the Peter Valenti Award.
Indeed, and that's another point about it. You can't engineer a 206th place finish.
No.
It's sheer luck.
That's right, and that's a good one. So, Simon, you've been a competitor virtually all your life. We've ridden together for close on 50 years, as it turns out, because I started 74 and you'd already started, I think, the year before. That's right. And of all things, you had a bike. It was quite unusual. I had a Dalesman to start on, and you actually had a Dalesman round about the same time.
I did, indeed.
So not so many of them around.
No,
and there's not one of them.
I wish I still had it. Too,
yeah,
but,
they're becoming collectible. They are.
I've had maybe, umpteen trials bikes over my lifetime, and I think I've only ever seen 2 of them after I sold them.
That's right.
Disappeared.
That's right. Built by Pete Edmondson. So that's great, Simon. Thank you very much for coming on today and explaining this award, which we'll see being presented tonight at the awards ceremony.
Yeah, that's
so that's it. So here it is. We've actually got it here. I don't know if you can see that in the television. Yes, we have it. And it says here the Peter Valenti Memorial Award, SSDT 2022, 206th place, celebrating tenacity and sheer grit. That's what it's all about. Clubman riding at the Scottish 6 Days trial. Thanks, Simon.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
We need sometimes sheer grit just to keep this going. But it's a great award to have. And you can't work that one out, whatever you're doing around the course, which I absolutely think is fantastic.
And you can see.
How are you, Si?
I'm good. I think the one thing I'll take away from that, obviously, the cause and that's great, but most people always focus on the top guys and always first, second, third, who's winning. And the guys that have obviously put quite a lot of work in and, they get round and surviving up. Marek have done all right at the back of the field. They don't really get a mention. So I like the fact that obviously it gives the people at the back of the field something that, they can take away from that, which I think is also pretty cool.
Well, you heard David Dignan earlier on. He's taken over as clerk of the course next year, and he said, look, it's, the trial's all about winning, but there's a competition goes through that event all the way down right to the very bottom, and that is guys that are riding from the same club or the same area, or they maybe went to school together, and they're having a little bit of a ding-dong battle down maybe at 206th place, for example. They don't know where they are until tonight. And as Simon said, you can't engineer the award of this trophy in Peter's memory, because who knows who's got to be 206 until they read it out tonight at the presentation of awards. So that's an interesting one, and that's one that I think over the years will become a hotly contested award, but we'll only find out on the Saturday night who's won it. So there we go, a Clubman's Award at last at the Scottish 6 Days trial.
And these are some of the riders who might have had a tougher journey to get here as a whole anyway, and had to take part and just have the chance of getting that award. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, it's great. So, I mean, as I said earlier, Peter and I were good friends.
You are still good friends, aren't you?
No, that's Simon.
Oh, sorry.
Simon and I are good friends.
Yeah.
The late Peter Valenti were good friends, because when I started in the sport, all right, Peter was never a Scottish champion, but the funny thing is, we were both friends with multiple Scottish champions.
Yeah.
In fact, there's a picture on my Facebook that was taken at the British round at Kinlochleven some years ago by the great Eric Kitchen. I asked Eric, would you mind taking a picture of it? Yeah, sure. Where about? Here, right now. So there's myself, There's Roy Kerr, who now works for JCB in America. He was Scottish champion in, I think it was 1980. And then there was Graham Smith, champion in 1981. And there was Peter. So the four of us were all pals. At one time, we were all members of the Hoyken Border Motorcycle Club. Yeah, we just knew each other for years and years and years. And it was one of these situations, if I hadn't seen Graham for 5 years, say, it was just meeting up as if I'd met him last week.
Yeah, conversation just carried on like they would have done.
Yeah, that's true friends. I mean, same with Roy. Roy disappeared off to America with JCB, that's the Earth Moving Company, as an executive in their American organisation. And, you know, where he lives, they've got crocodiles across the street, you know. And, yeah, lay it, lift it and lay it, and that's the way it worked. And the common denominator was motorcycle trials.
There you go. Have you got a tune, Mr. Moffat? We'll play that in a minute. We need to do the weather.
Well, talking of tunes, I've got a couple of requests in.
Okay.
One of them, Mr. Moffat can pick, because it's actually from his other half, Jane, the boss.
Oh, where's this going?
So could we play a request for the workers at headquarters, herself and also Lauren as well? So it's up to John Moffat to pick that and get that right for a start.
Pick a tune?
Yeah, for the workers.
Wow, for the workers. Oh. And have I got a couple of minutes to do this?
We can do it. If I do the weather.
Yeah. I've also got a quick shout out for Geraldine and Malik, who phoned up to find out when the passing of Rocky Brace. I'll pass it on. I think she's coming out of town to watch that. And could we play a Scottish tune this hour as well?
Okay. Yeah, could do that.
So we'll fit that in.
All right, sounds good. And then we've got the competition running, and we'll give you a refresher on that as well.
Yeah. So I tell you what, we can leave John to have a wee think about a tune. I can play some Skipnish. Would that do?
Yeah, I reckon so.
A bit of Walking on the Waves, maybe. People like a bit of that, don't they?
Yep, definitely.
So we'll put that in there, and you can.
That is definitely a Scottish tune.
Yeah, we can do some weather, and then we'll do that.
Yep, then come back.
Today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
It's going to be dry pretty everywhere with good bright or sunny periods. However, the odd light afternoon shower may develop towards the Great Glen. Light winds with a maximum high of 17 degrees centigrade, 63 Fahrenheit. And tonight, a generally dry evening and night with some clear spells. Though high cloud will increase and the Hebrides may have an odd touch of rain later on. Your minimum overnight low going into Sunday, 4 degrees centigrade, 39 Fahrenheit.
That was today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so cool man, look smarter. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool man, look smarter. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool man, look smarter. The world time has come to.
For the players.
The tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin Tires have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter.
Clothing distributor, proud to be supporting the Scottish 6 Days Trial.
The Scottish 6-Day Trial on Nevis Radio is sponsored by Michelin and Trial Magazine.
And thank you very much to all our sponsors helping us put this on each and every day down at Parc Ferme in Fort William. It is Nevis Radio. I'm John Weller. John Moffat, you'll be the guru, the man with all the knowledge and connections.
Well, I'll try my best.
Simon Abley back at the studio. Dan on camera, Mrs. W in the outside broadcast trailer supplied by Thistle Access. And that what brings you your pictures and noises today from us here at Nevis Radio.
It certainly does. What's next on the agenda?
We can probably do a refresher of the competition.
Yeah. We can...
we'll be closing the lines in about an hour's time at 11:30.
Cool. So the goodie bag and umbrella donated in by Michelin and Motorex Oils. The first question is, which car have Trial Magazine used at the 2022 Scottish 6 Days Trial? The second question for a goodie bag and umbrella is, who is the most successful Scottish 6 Days rider? Who has the most wins at the Scottish 6 Days Trial?
Give us a call, give us a text, all those details, site.
Yeah, you can phone or WhatsApp the studio 01397 706 100. You can text Nevis to 82228. That's charged at your normal network rate. Feel free to email us at studio@nevisradio.co.uk or find us on social media under Facebook, Instagram and YouTube under Nevis Radio Official, or just on Twitter at Nevis Radio, or just simply use the hashtag SSDT2022 on there as well.
There you go. We've got the electric motion bikers coming to the Parc Ferme for its sort of pre-leaving checks. Would that be the way to put it?
Yeah, it's the working time for the riders. They get 15 minutes in the morning. And over here, opposite Loch Linney, is rider number 165, Gail Chatagno from France. He is the current e-trial world champion, and he's riding this week the Electric Motion E-Pure race machine. Now obviously it's electric powered, it has a battery. Gail, you're from France, you're the current e-trial world champion, and you're riding this year the first time in the history of the Scottish the electric bike.
Yeah, exactly. This is the first time that an electric bike ride in such long and hard competition. So we are very happy because from now the bike works very well. We managed to do all the days and to finish, so it's very good.
You're happy?
Yeah, I'm very happy with the team, with the bike, with everything. We enjoy a lot this Scottish 6 days.
Yeah. And you can make these things talk. Now tell us a little bit about the bike. Obviously it has an electric motor.
Yeah, it's an electric motor with a battery, a controller, and a clutch. We have a mechanical clutch. And we use a PRBR, it's to regain some power during the downhill. We can use this regenerate the power instead of using the brake. So the bike, we can go longer than with only this battery like this. Yeah.
Can we spin it round, John? Is that possible? Just so we can on the camera actually see the motor from the other side.
Spin the bike round a little bit.
Is that possible? I know you start getting it ready.
There you are. a bit more for you to see. Now obviously this is the very first time that the electric motion or electric bike has been used in the Scottish 6 Days trial. It's been talked about for a few years, but because the Scottish wasn't on, it wasn't possible to do so. Now Gail, do you ride for the factory?
Yeah, I'm a factory rider. I ride all the time with electric, with this bike, so we work together. Today, this year, the main goal is to do the Scottish and to ride into the Trial 2 World Championship against the petrol bike.
Yeah. But you have ridden petrol bikes before. You rode for, I think it was Gas?
Yeah, I rode for Gas and Charco in the previous year, yeah.
Yeah. So you've enjoyed the Scottish 6 Days this year?
Yeah, really enjoyed the day, all these days. Some are very hard, but in global, I'm very happy to be there and to ride in such a great place.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for allowing us to interview you, and hopefully we'll see you at the finish as well.
Yeah. Finger crossed, but normally it will be okay.
Thank you, Gail Chatagno, rider number 165 on the electric motion E-Pure, and he's got round this week. I mean, I haven't been able to see him in section because I wasn't able to spectate as easy this year because following around a couple of riders, but certainly saw them on the road, and there's a little sort of whining noise they make. They're very, very quiet. But as you can see on the television link, the video link just now, that it just looks like a standard trials bike, very similar in design, except there's no engine sort of there in the centre as such. That's an electric motor and has the battery under the seat. Tyres using the Michelin Tires.
On the other side you see more of an electric motor.
Yeah, you see the big fan on the other side. That's right.
You can flick it around for us.
Yeah, but I think he's probably just working on it, so it wouldn't maybe be possible. But certainly, it uses the Michelin 400/18 and 275/21 tyres. Wheels are fairly standard. The forks are Tech suspension, which is used in quite a few bikes now. But yeah, very similar to the petrol bike, but very different. And he was explaining all the fact that he's got a clutch there to give it the same sort of feel as a petrol bike would have. So very much in keeping with what the other riders are using. But yeah, a bit more innovative there, and it's the way things are going, emissions and not using petrol, as a propellant, so just a battery.
On the front brakes there, is that just like a protector on the? Because I mean, they're looking like a mesh guard. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Well, that's just a disc guard, and all the bikes tend to have them now. Yeah. Since the disc brakes came in many years ago, probably 30 odd years ago, the disc brakes were becoming very popular. So the disc went
on the front quite early, then drums stayed on the back for a lot of bikes, didn't they?
At the start, yeah, the Fantic range, the monoshock Fantic, started off with a disc brake on the front, and on the back brake it was a drum brake, a Gramica drum brake, but then they went more onto double discers, so you had front and back disc brakes, and that's what they've got now. So there's a little disc brake cover on the back as well, just to stop stones catching it, but more so on the front just to keep stones away from the actual disc rotor itself. Okay. But actually, it's a bit like everything else. When they started, they said that the disc brakes would never catch on because the rocks would actually damage the brake and bend it and all the rest of it. But the actual incidence of that was very, very low. In fact, they just cracked on with the disc brakes, and we have them as standard fitment now in all the trials bikes.
And of course, you get water and debris in a drum brake. It's so hard to get rid of. You can't just sort of wipe it down or anything like that. It's a full disassembly of the rear whole front hub, isn't it?
Yeah, well, there is a trick to a drum brake in trials, and that's what you do is you actually drill a hole right through the hub, through the brake, and in that way, when you put the brake on, the little hole, the water tends to spurt out that. It doesn't sound right because you think, well, that'll let water in. Well, the water's getting in anyway. Yeah, so, I mean, one of my Butacos have got 4 tiny little holes, maybe about 2mm holes, and that allows the brake to actually dissipate the water in the hub itself and get it back out into the atmosphere. So that's one of the tricks of the trade.
Okay, so you got a question?
Yeah, I was quite intrigued. You mentioned you got regenerative braking on it as well to recharge the battery. I didn't think that would sort of fit within a bike frame and all that kind of stuff.
Well, cars are doing that now. I had a test drive in a car recently, and whenever you took the foot off the throttle and you started to brake, it actually regenerated it. It actually started to charge the battery again.
That's quite impressive. The other thing I was thinking was, I don't know when that gentleman's looking to leave where he is now, but you're talking about the noise they make, or the lack of noise, or the different kind of noise. Do you think maybe you could get a microphone up as he's leaving and see if we can maybe pick that up?
Probably could.
We'll try and do it. Yeah. It's very hard to do, but because they're right behind us, we've got to go out and around to get to microphone.
I would just go round. I can get there, and I can hear it going down the ramp. Yeah, with this one.
You can stick it through the fence, as they say.
I stick it through the fence, yeah, probably, yeah. But we've got a camera there, so hopefully we should be able to do that. I can certainly do that.
There you go. So it's all happening down here. It's the final day. Dan was commenting, everybody's still happy, smiley, and real camaraderie and chatting away, and it's a good atmosphere.
Yeah, it is absolutely. It's very friendly, and of course the weather's helping today because it's I wouldn't say bright blue skies everywhere, but it's a bit of cloud, but there's blue sky out there, and it's sunny here in the car park, and everybody's having a nice Saturday morning.
There you go. I don't know, will he just wheel his bike round the front so just see the other side, do you think? Now he's sort of done? I know it sounds very demanding.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, I'll just move it round so you can see it if you've got the camera there.
Yep, Dan will come round on that one.
I go in 3 minutes.
There you go. Yep, so this is the other side, so obviously you see the big motor there, which gives a bit of... Is that air cooling on the side as well?
Yeah, that's
the way
a
it works?
fan. That's a fan.
Right, it's a fan in there.
Yeah, just to cool it.
So that's where it really does look different. And the battery's the bit which is above where the tank would normally be.
Yes, but basically this is all a controller system in here in the middle. But as I say, I'm not au fait totally with the whole setup of the bike, but I should be soon.
Right, there you go. Thank you very much. Just nice to see it a bit closer.
Yeah, a bit different.
We're talking next year, maybe we get maybe an example of bikes in our area.
Yeah, that's right.
Aye. Somebody.
Well, of course, these electric cycle bikes now are very popular,
Yeah.
quite pricey, but I actually saw a chap out on the peninsula yesterday coming back to the Corn Ferry. There was three cycle bikes, and this guy overtook the two of them, and just the steady pace, I could tell it was an electric powered
He's
push
just
bike.
going to come now. If I come round this way, you carry on talking, John. I'll try and get it.
Okay.
He's got about 2 before he goes. We'll try and get that sound. It'd be a bit difficult, I think, but we'll see what we can do. And yeah, it is a whistling whirl, I guess.
When we're on the road, there's definitely a sort of whee, I would say. Whee.
Oh, very good.
I don't know many people that try and capture something that's meant to be quiet, but I think that's the whole point, though, isn't it? It's different. It's not the noise you would normally associate with a bike of sorts.
The important bit of it all is it's zero emissions, and of course governmental controls now are looking towards zero emissions with everything. So this is just part of the progression of motorcycling, that we have electric bikes. There's electric motocross bikes, there's electric enduro bikes. You've got the TT, which has got the TTE, which is for electric racing bikes, speeds of up to 125 miles an hour, 130 miles an hour. So basically all branches of the sport, apart from maybe speedway and ice racing, they're all using a form of electric motorcycle.
Yeah, so there you go. So where do we are? About 3/4 of the way through now, the riders leaving? Something like that sort of?
I would say we must be that, yeah, now.
I'm trying to work it out by the numbers, because they don't start from 1 to 288, do they go from...
Yeah, I would say probably about 50 bikes to go, is it? I would think.
Yeah, maybe. Tired out
a
the back
wee bit more than that. I'm just trying to go by how many bikes fills the space. I think there must be about 55, 60 bikes still sitting in there. But then there are some ones at the top that have got red lines through them. I don't know if they're going out or not. No. So, but they are in order, so I presume they must all be ready to go.
Yeah, no, definitely. Never Radio with you to the very last bike rider really today. We sort of started with the first ones. You can do if you want to, yeah.
I'll go out there with this
John,
microphone. I'll just disappear around the other side of the the moon. Yeah.
So we're right here through. We reckon about 1:30, something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
And then we'll be handing over to the studio again.
164 is just getting ready to go. That's Vertigo.
And then we better move that speaker. Yeah.
Just realised I'll maybe move here. There's that. Vertigo just getting ready to go. 2-stroke fuel injected machine, of course, the Vertigo. One of the new nitro models. Here it is. This is the electric bike now up here. So we'll try and get the microphone as close as we dare without breaking it and without interfering with the rider. So number 165, Gail Chatagno, ready to go. Factory rider for electric motion, riding the E-Pure race machine. And it's got through 5 days of the Scottish 6 days trial so far. Hopefully we'll see it at the finish later today. He's just waiting on his minute coming up now.
That's how I lose my voice.
Yeah, I lose my body now.
Yeah, pretty much.
The It seems like eternity waiting on a minute coming through, isn't it?
It's a long minute.
It's a long time in radio.
It is a long time on radio. That's why we have to keep talking. Here we go. Did you hear that?
Oh, we heard it.
Good. A success then.
It's very strange. It's very strange.
It's
is a
almost
very
like
strange
something
noise.
out of
It's
Star
quite metallic
Wars.
Sounding. It's a metallic sounding noise.
I did tell you it had a bit of a whee, didn't it?
A wee.
I used to do a good impersonation of a Triumph Trident triple.
Did you? Go on then.
No, I can't do it now.
Go on, you can do it.
No, I can't do it now. I'd have to be in the zone.
Mr. Hume's behind you.
Oh, wow. Are we getting him on now?
If you want to do that, that fits for you. Here you go, pass over these.
Morning. Morning. Thank you very much.
Here we go.
I'll just come around here there where we can see everybody.
Exactly, and then we're on the camera. So welcome, John Hume, editor of Trial Magazine. We've been doing a competition this week, and thanks very much to you organising that. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, the thing is, we've had huge support from Michelin dating back to 2009, and they're very, very professional about what they want to do. They want to support everything, and we came up with the idea of doing a couple of small quizzes, obviously of a goodie bag and prizes. But what's interesting is when you start writing out the questions and answers have you seen, and I just hope nobody would come up over the tyres and say round and black, right, which is the obvious giveaway.
Yeah.
But Michelin have had a huge influence on the Scottish 6 Days trial. They see it as a ground for testing the product.
Yeah.
We know the product's good, but the evolution of what they get out of having a trials tyre running in Scotland can progress and be carried over into their other disciplines. Michelin are market leaders in all areas, as we do know. They've started supplying us with van tyres, the new Agilis Cross Climate, all-round van tyre. And it's quite funny because my tyres had just done 16,000 on my van, which for me, I'm an 8,000
miler.
8,000 miles on a set of tyres, but the Michelin has been really good.
Yeah.
So yeah, thanks to Michelin for getting involved, and also everybody else who supported with the ad breaks, through the companies, Pico, people like this, Scott Cannon to Pico. He's very, very keen to push in Scotland. He might come up he was on about leaving at 1 o'clock this morning to come up for the final day, and I said, Luke, Scott, maybe next year, next year.
Yeah, it's good. And of course the Michelin tyres, universally used by the riders this week, but they do tend to prefer the X11 tyre rather than the X-Lite.
Yeah, I think in Scotland an X-Lite is very good, but for this actual application of 6 days of riding, the X11 is just that little bit more durable than the X-Lite. I know when they first introduced it, the X-Lite, I think about 5-6 years ago, some of the top riders were a little bit dubious because of the puncture problem, but they actually used them and they work well. But I think for the majority of riders, you have to look at lasting the week.
Yeah.
If you have punctures, it's hassle. If you get a tyre off the rim, it becomes, quite a problem.
Yeah, exactly.
But now, fortunately, Michelin have got the dimensions and specifications very well, and you're very unlucky if a tyre comes off the rim. Very unlucky.
I think so. But no, certainly the X11 is the one that they're all tended to be using. Now, obviously, you've been covering the Scottish 6 Days trial for Trial Magazine this week. What's the plan with that? When does that come out?
This, to what we call our Scottish special, will come out at the end of May, followed 2 weeks later by Classic Trial Magazine. I actually came up a week last Thursday, and I went to the pre-65 trial. Unfortunately, a really good guy in this area, Martin Murphy, he, through Mickey Oates Motorcycles, made sure I had one of the Montesa 4Is to go round on. But I've got a bit of a complaint to Martin because the official Montesa Honda supplied bike had an electric start on it.
Oh.
So Martin, if you're listening and I need to contribute towards an S3 electric start kit, let me know. I'm getting older, not younger. But Martin's a huge motorcycle fan.
Yeah.
And we come up to Martin's other trial, the Leven Valley 2-day in September.
Yeah.
And it's good. Trials in Scotland, they're a super enthusiastic bunch. And the other part of it is the monetary value that the trial brings to Fort William. We've had a super week. We went to Brownsville the night with you.
Yeah.
Superb food, Ben Nevis Inn, Ben Nevis Bar. The new pizza place is good. And for the first time for me, I've stopped in one of the apartments at the Garrison. I've stopped in the Garrison Hotel, and now I've got a Garrison apartment. I'd love another week up here. It's superb for what I want. They're very accommodating, obviously with the Scottish. They know the motorcycle side and make sure everybody's happy with it.
Yeah, that's it. And it's important for the economy to have an event like this. It's not everybody's cup of tea is motorcycling, but we're all fairly much a friendly bunch and behave ourselves.
My thoughts on it are the local community in Fort William, Kinlochleave and Lochaber areas, they embrace the opportunity. The motorcycles come in. 99% of the folk love it. You talk to them in the pubs and bars, and what it brings into Fort William every day, every first week in May since God knows when, it boosts the economy, you know, and after COVID, I've walked down Fort William High Street and it's obviously had some problems with, you know, COVID, but it's bouncing back, everybody's pushing hard. And I'd like to thank the local community of how much they make you so welcome. An old friend of mine, Scott, worked at the West End Hotel and he used to go in there. And then he moved from there and obviously they've had problems with COVID and he's back in the Ben Nevis bar down the road here, yeah, and you can't get away from the Scottish 6 Days Trial if you live local.
Yeah.
And I'd like to thank the local community, obviously the radio station. They put a lot into supporting people, and long may continue, they embrace the trial.
Yeah. So you'll be going back to Derbyshire probably later today?
Later today, yeah. We've a lot to do now, getting media work done and getting the magazine out. I've taken, I think, about 5,000 pictures this week just at the Scottish.
It's a lot.
Yeah, it is when I only need 32. But I want to make sure I put the best 32 in the magazine.
Yeah.
We've been feeding social media all week, which has been really good. Every night I try to put a picture on of every rider. And the figures back off that have been really encouraging. We've had sort of 70,000 people on looking at it. So yeah, it's all good, and the more exposure we can give the sport, especially the Scottish 6 Days Trial, probably still the premier event in the world for motorcycle trials, the more exposure we can give and support the club, the better.
Yeah. Well, my son was saying, he said, well, remember I asked John Hume, he got a nice picture of me, and I said, well, you might get it, you might not get it for a few months because it was maybe one that you're going to use for something or other. I said, but I will ask. So I know you've been around taking pictures.
We've got a good sort of library of pictures, and especially from this year, and all I would say is I don't ask for any monies for the pictures. If you subscribe to the magazine, the pictures are free. Email me your riding number to england@trialmag.com. If you subscribe, they're free. If you don't subscribe, I suggest you take a subscription out, Classic Trial Magazine, www.trialmaguk.com, and you'll get free pictures. And I can't be any fairer than that.
No, that's fair. That's fair dues. So your plan today, are you going to any sections today?
I will probably go and have a little nosy later on, but my plan today was to get a different set of pictures off the car park.
Yeah.
And just to show people. We've tried over the 6 days to get every aspect of the trial onto the camera.
Yeah.
Yesterday I was out on a bike. And I actually like going out in the weather because then you get the true feel
for
of
it,
adventure.
Yeah.
People come up here and they really embrace the opportunity of 6 days of trials riding.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's, as David Dignan was saying, it's from the top to the bottom. There's competitions at the top end to win the trial, and then there's competitions between your mates all the way down the entry list. And of course now we've got this new award that Simon Valenti's put forward in remembrance of his brother PC Valenti for the 206th finisher in the Scottish. So that's effectively a clubman's
my thing on the Scottish 6 Days Trial is the club values every entry they get, and the more awards they are, an acknowledgement for going round 6 days of Scotland and finishing. Good, yeah, good.
Yeah.
I like it.
It's a good idea. Yeah. So anyway, thank you very much indeed for all you've contributed this
It will continue. We've got more ideas, investments into Nevis Radio. We want to do different projects, and they'll all come to light probably during the year and definitely next year going forward. So just before I close, I'd like to thank everybody involved with the Scottish 6 Days Trial, observers, officials, marshals, John Weller, John Moffat, Simon Simon Abley. I'll get shouted at. I'll get there with it.
You get there.
Hopefully over the next 5-10 years we'll get there. But thank you very much for everything. Appreciate it.
John? We saw a company the other day when we were sort of doing stuff, and that's what
Appreciate
you put into us and the faith you got in what we're trying to deliver. I think boosts us on a bit to do a bit better every year.
Well, you do, and you up your game. Hopefully we can bring more financial investment to you and just keep going stronger and better as the years progress.
That's a great team.
And I promise next year to get you a coat.
Jackie, we should fit one day.
I'm going to get you a dry robe. All right.
All right, fine.
I'm guessing John Hume can't hear me, but I'm guessing when he's back and a bit more organised, we'll have a bit of a chat, because I know you've got ideas and I know I've got ideas, so we'll make something happen.
Yeah, they say Simon Amberley.
Simon Amberley was just... Got it right.
So you're obviously going to put your heads together and come up with new ideas.
Yeah, I will.
The commercial side of it and what we're doing here.
We'll have a big debrief after. I might even come up and visit you don't know.
That'd be nice. Maybe a pint?
No, 2.
All right, fair enough. Get the bank balance.
I only drink vodka. I'm not having a pint of vodka.
Pint of vodka. Wow.
He wants to come for a pint with us, does he?
Yeah, I've never really seen him drink that much.
Right, okay.
Well, he's like, what are you on, Dolly? That'd be all right. I'll buy you one of them.
Yeah. Apple Tizer.
No, in all sincerity.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
There you go. So we've got about another, hour and a half, maybe something like that, we reckon, by the time last ride to go, which will be staying with you. What we do is we have a look at the results from yesterday.
Okay.
And did you hear my request for tunes earlier?
No, but John Moffat's got to pick one for HQ apparently.
Right, it's Buggles.
Right. Yeah.
There's only the one on this. That sorts that one out.
Video killed the radio star.
Well, it's kind of working in conjunction with the radio star at the moment.
Yes, and it's 1980.
1979, according to
1979, right. Yeah, 1979.
Gonna say
79. Oh, I've been voted out then.
I questioned earlier.
Yeah, that's democracy for you.
It's all good.
1979.
We'll get it on for the crew at HQ, your lovely wife, and Lauren as well, I believe.
Yeah, that's right,
Lauren.
Lauren.
We'll come back, do a bit of catching up, and take it from there.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smart. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smart. The world time has come to.
For the players.
The tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin Tires have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me.
Trial on Nevis Radio is sponsored by Michelin and Trial Magazine.
After 11 o'clock. Up to you.
We're on.
Haven't had any punctures yet,
Are we on?
but to last long as well.
Sorry, we're
It's
talking
ideal,
about
really.
breakfast.
Oh, right.
It's not done that yet.
Okay.
But when the sun shines out, it's really actually warming up.
Sun's out and it's almost brunch.
I don't think you're on, are you? You can hear John. Are you on? No, he's not on.
It makes a difference.
Right, wait.
Difference
Right,
if
there
you
you
turn it
go.
on, yeah.
I mean, how many days have we been doing this now?
Well, I thought I'd actually press the button and nothing happened, so it just shows you if you don't press the button, it doesn't work.
Got to press the buttons.
So that was the Buggles Video Killed the Radio Star 1979, produced and written by Trevor Horn of ZTT Records. That was for the HQ team back at base. That's my wife Jean, and also to Lauren Glass, Stephen's partner, who is expecting our latest grandson.
And that's not very far away, is it?
26th of May is the
Wow.
ETA.
Are they down here? Is she down here today? This
Oh
week?
yeah, she's here.
I've not
She's
seen
been here
it.
all week.
Okay.
Yeah, and she's been out and about, and this is the first time she's actually been at the Scottish 6 Days Trial. She's thoroughly enjoyed it, and a wee bit of a break away from things. But the only problem is that the family cat is still at home and her mum's looking after it.
Oh no!
Yeah, Peaches is stuck back in Inverness and
Oh.
now gone into a right old mood.
Well, there you go. You've got a sheet of results in front
Yes, I
of you.
have.
So a
The
quick look.
results of the 2022 Scottish 6 Days Trial provisional results on the Friday, the 6th of May. We're now, of course, into Saturday, the 7th of May, the last day. But the day before, Dougie Lampkin on the Vertigo was leading on 8 March, followed very closely by James Dable, who we interviewed earlier, rider number 139 on the Beta. Second place in 10 March, just 2 marks adrift. Jack Peace, who was our leader on the Thursday, he is in third position now on 11 March lost, which is only 3 away from the leader. Michael Brown on the Sherco, rider number 114, fourth position on 14 marks. Richard Sadler on a Vertigo, rider 208 in fifth position on 21. Billy Green on the Scorpa and number 33 is in sixth position on 23. Sam Haslam on the Gas rider 191 on 26 marks lost. Ross Danby on the TRRS, rider 124, an eighth position on 26. Dan Peace, brother of Jack, rider 211 in ninth position on 28. And Guy Kendrew on the Beta, rider 235, 10th position on 30 marks lost. Scottish riders in the Scottish 6 Days Trial. Duncan Mccall having an absolutely stonking 2022 Scottish
that's a
6
good
Days
word.
Trial. Yep. He's on 35 marks and is lying in 16th position overall in his first Scottish 6 Days Trial. Joe Dawson, former Scottish champion, in second position on 69. Joe doesn't reckon he'll catch Duncan now. Andy Anderson in third position on 103. Callum Murphy, local rider from Ballyhoolish, on 159. Alan McMaster, who we managed to get on the radio this morning, in fifth position in the Scots on 160. Same amount of marks lost as Lewis Byron from Milton of Campsie in sixth position. Malcolm Summers from Kenneway in Fife. He's in seventh position on 177. Jordan Hayes from Inverness, rider 21, on 8th position on 189. Gareth Palmer from Perth and District Club, rider number 16, in 9th position on 210. Matthew Weir in 10th position on 214. He's also a local rider.
It's all looking pretty good. Now, in fact, it's quite tight in certain places. You say there's a little mini race amongst themselves.
Yeah.
And they're obviously watching the scores from last night. And
Yeah, well, I mean, there's Stephen riding round with Daniel Lamont, both Inverness and District Motorcycle Club members. They're having a wee sort of ding-dong between themselves as well. So it works its way all round. You always like to see how your running buddy's doing, and they discuss it just about every section when they pull up. They sort of say, "Oh, you had a good one there. Oh, you made an absolute disaster of that." You know, and it just goes on all day and all
trial banter.
Trial banter, yeah. And it's all good fun at the end of the day. Nobody sort of loses their temper over it. I mean, okay, they don't like when they get a 5. In fact, yesterday, Stephen was remonstrating about getting a 5, and he claimed he was really just having a dab, but the Observer said that he stopped. And well, if that Observer's given everybody the same, then there's no reason to complain about it, and nobody will listen anyway. So you can't protest against an Observer score, but certainly it sort of takes the wind out of the sails at the appropriate time. And then back to square one. Next section, please.
There you go. Well, it is Nevis Radio. We are broadcasting live and exclusively from the car park. Parc Ferme, as it's known now, until what, about 5 o'clock tonight, something like that?
Yeah, well, even less than that, because a lot of the service crews, you'll find that they've been out with the brush and broom, or the broom and shovel, I should say, this morning, because all the stands have all been stacked up, because unless there's a technical problem with a bike, the service crews are getting packed up, ready to go home. And many of them will be actually exiting the car park after the last rider goes. You'll find that most things are starting to come down. All the royal barriers will be removed, etc.
We're heading up to the news. It is just coming up to 11 o'clock. It's Nevis Radio, broadcasting 24 hours a day from our studios on the Ben Nevis Industrial Estate. Come back after 11 o'clock.
D on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to. You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so cool and look smarter. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to. You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to.
Day 6 of the Scottish 6-day trial.
Day 6, and you might have heard us talking about our breakfast. He's actually gone down there to get the breakfast. It's taken a wee while. We're a bit later than usual, but I suppose we are staying on later than usual, so it sort of balances out. I've got a young gentleman here, or a young gentleman, certainly younger than me anyway, Scott, and you are this man's son, yes, Jeff Horn's son.
Yep. Just up for helping out this week. Did a bit of back marking, did a bit of setting up at last Sunday, but enjoy coming up every year, so it's all good.
And you've ridden, obviously, the trial itself?
I've ridden it twice before, yeah. I don't have a bike at the minute, that's the reason why I'm not riding this year, but hopefully that'll change for next year.
You want to get back on there and compete?
Yeah, definitely.
And your class is a back marker?
Yes.
Which is that what it says? You sort of follow the very last rider out and make sure there's no issues along the way?
Make sure that all the flags and everything's been picked up, there's nothing left out in the hill really, and there's no issues with riders and stuff as well. So we're kind of like the last sort of people going out, making sure the course is complete pretty much.
Yeah, everybody's gone through and done what they need to do, and then just clearing up after that last section, I suppose.
Can I ask a question, John?
Hang on, we've got a question coming in. One sec.
Yeah, so being a back marker and doing that, do you have a go at the section, or do you literally go there and just kind of move on?
Someone says back at the studio, as you're back, Mark, have you ever been tempted just to ride a section as you go up there? Do you do that?
All the time.
Yes.
All the time. That's the perk of it.
Right.
Yeah. You get some of the sections you just look at and you don't walk them, so you just have to give them a go. But, no, it's good fun. It's good fun. We've got a good bunch of lads that we go out with. So.
Yeah, you're not going out on your own, I'm assuming.
No,
because of safety
there's
reasons.
4 of us, I think, today. So it's yeah. We go in a group. It's good. It's good.
So what are you doing during the week then? You just having a bit of a holiday?
No, I'm actually holding fort at home. I work for my dad's business, so having to look after that during the week down in Perth. But come back up every weekend. It's a long weekend. I usually make it, so
get a bit of a break.
Give myself a bit of a holiday, you know.
Got to get away from it.
Yeah, that's it.
So when you competed last time, how did you do? You're sort of quite a proficient rider.
Here and there, I do a lot of club trials. Like we ride from one club in Perth.
Yeah.
But apart from that, I've not done it very often recently. But no, I can get around.
Hold your own.
Yeah, I can hold one. That's it.
And what age did you start?
I think I was 8 years old. I first got my TY80.
Yeah.
And I did a few Perth trials with that. Went to a 125 and then progressed up. But yeah, I've just since 8 years old I've been involved in it, and even more recently with doing this and helping out.
Yeah.
It's caught the bug.
Have you competed against the old man? Have you sort of had raced against him?
I have done before. He used to beat me, and then I slowly started beating him, so he gave up.
Oh, that's bad, isn't it?
I don't remember being beaten.
My dad doesn't either. I used to do a lot of trap shooting and clay shooting. You can never remember me beating him, but I've got the cup says something different.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way it works.
Yeah, that's it. But no, he got me into it, and so I've kind of taken over from him now. And my brother did it as well.
All right.
Did it 6 days twice. Once with me. But yeah, it's a family thing. Come down generations as well with my grandfather and that, so
yeah,
it's a big family.
Exactly. And Jeff, you're on earlier, and you actually came in and asked for a tune, didn't you?
Yes, New Order Blue Monday, please.
That's ready now. Can we play that?
Oh, no, I've got them in the wrong way. Hang on. We can do that. But you need to bear with me because I've got them around the wrong way.
All right, play that, come back, we do the weather, then catch up on everything else. That's all right?
Yeah. That is fine. Just...
He's panicking back at the studio now.
I'm frantically moving things around. Right, I'm organised now. I can do that.
Good to catch up with you. And see you competing next year?
Yes.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Blue Monday now for Jeff.
A combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool, man, look smarter. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder.
Access.
It's going to be a dry day almost everywhere with good bright or sunny periods. However, the odd light afternoon shower may develop towards the Great Glen. Light winds with a maximum high of 17 degrees centigrade, 63 Fahrenheit. And tonight, a generally dry evening and night with some clear spells, though high cloud will increase. And the Hebrides may have the odd spot of rain later on. Your minimum overnight light going into Sunday, it's going to be 4 degrees centigrade, 39 Fahrenheit.
That was today's weather on Nevis Radio. Brought to you by Thistle Access.
So we are into the sort of final stages. We've probably got, we reckon, about 30, 40 bites to go. So that's about another 40 minutes, we reckon, of the trial riders leaving for the last day, I mean. It's people are shutting things up. The refueling depot, that's gone now. It's just a pile of canvas in the middle of the car park. And it's a bit sad in a way. So we're coming on today, this morning. I noticed a couple of the trade stands are gone. They've probably got long journeys to get back down to the south where they come from before they start their proper jobs tomorrow morning. I guess that's the way it works. And a bit like us. Directly we're finished, it's the packing up bit and getting all back to the studio, sorting out, regrouping, rebagging, relabelling and getting ready for the next thing we're on.
And breathing.
It's testing, I've got to be honest. I mean, I know what you're doing that end, I know what Mrs W's doing in there. And us out here, both John and I said, heads erect. You're always thinking, there's always something going on, and it's sort of multitasking because we've got things happening in our ear rolls and people telling us to do stuff. But it's cool, it's great, love it. Wouldn't do it otherwise.
Well, that's proper job media, isn't it? That's how it works.
It's a
how media companies should work these things.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's a great team effort, I say, through the sponsors, through to what we actually get to the output. And your feedback, wherever you're listening, watching us from, your feedback really does mean a lot to us. Even if it's a bit negative, we can always learn and improve and grow on stuff, which is what we try and do. And the breakfast, hopefully that's on its way too.
Oh, is that where you're at now, is it?
Yeah, it's later than usual because we know we're going on a bit longer, so we're having a brunch. A breakfast brunch. That's the plan.
See, I'm struggling on, you see, soldering on. I'll have some food later.
No, that's it, exactly. So we're pretty caught up that end, I'd imagine, right now.
Well, we could do with doing some adverts, if I'm honest, because you kind of threw me a bit there.
Yeah, I know. Well, I thought he was going to come along a bit later on. All of a sudden, you got people over the barrier saying, "Oh, we're ready here for a chat." Okay, but it's quite nice to see as many aspects of the competition as we can. I think.
100%.
It's what we try and do. And as I say, there is a fluid format we're trying to follow, but every now and again, something like that gets thrown in the way. And I say, Jeff had asked for that tune as he walked off last time. And then he came back in. Then John said, "Oh, that's Jeff's son. He used to be in a back marker," and he said it'd be interesting to find out what a back marker does and how that section actually closes. But I was quite chuffed they gave a little play when they've all gone.
Yeah, no, definitely. It sounds good. Well, you asked me for another tune as well, which I had lined up.
I've not got the details. It's for John Hume, it's his wife, but I'm not sure what his wife's name because he's chatting to John Moffey about that.
All right, well...
So it's actually dedicated to her, but I don't want to sort of play it until I've got the full name. I didn't hear that bit.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I just had the two tunes, but
right.
we've got that sat ready to go.
Yeah, that's what that one's for. So we had people, they just came, can we have a request? Can we do that? And it's the way it works. So on social media, is there anything to catch up on that way?
No, I tell you what, I think you might have caught people out with today's question. I've not had many entries. We're just dipping into double digits just now.
Well, I suppose people, over the week have been at work as well.
Yeah.
Which might make a difference. I'm trying to find the questions. I seem to remember what one of them is. And I'll probably think the questions today are, what make of car is Charles Magazine driving around in at this week's trial? And who is the biggest winner of the Scottish 6-stage trial?
Yes.
If you know those answers,
you can get
there's a goodie bag and an umbrella sponsored by the various people.
Because we need to pick a winner soon, so we can give it away in time. But yeah, so if you want to get involved, you've not got long left for this, you can WhatsApp or phone the studio on 01397 706 100. You can drop us a text message to 82228, put Nevis at the start, and that is charged at your normal network rate. You can email studio@nevisradio.co.uk, or you can get us on social media on Facebook, Instagram and YouTube under Nevis Radio Official, and Nevis Radio on Twitter, or the hashtag SSDT2022.
As simple as that. It'd be great to hear what you're up to, what you're doing, and say you enter that competition as well, win a goodie bag and an umbrella, and you want to pop down and pick it. We'll be here till about 2, half 2, I imagine, by the time we packed up. We'll leave them out. If not, we'll be able to arrange to pick them up at the studio during next week.
Yeah, we'll get sorted out.
Sort something out. Well, there you go. It's coming up to 11:15, because you sort of missed out on some of the features we normally do as well, as we don't have that happening at the weekend. It's a totally different ball game what happens at the weekend and during the week. But we do keep music playing, keep you entertained and informed.
Yes.
Which is what we love to do.
on all of our various ways of keeping in touch with Nevis Radio. So as well as that, you can get us on 96.6, 97.0, 102.3 and 102.4 across Lochaber. Your smart speakers in your home. We've also got our iOS and Android apps available for download for free, and you can get us on there, as well as third-party online radio apps, and our website at nevisradio.co.uk.
We touched on it. If you want to sort of help us out and actually keep the radio going from strength to strength and sort of evolving, then become one of our advertisers or a sponsor. Just get in contact with the office during.
Yeah, or likewise, if you're sat at home going, I like that, we'll take a donation. We are a registered charity.
Yep, happy to do that. Every penny we always try and put back into the company. We've got the 2 wages and obviously the running cost of the company, but we are sort of not-for-profit company in a way. We don't sort of sit on tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of pounds sitting in the bank.
No,
unfortunately.
I do like to try and push the boundaries of what we can do with what we've got, which I think has shown this week.
Yeah, no, definitely. Well, I guess it's adverts and a tune then.
Yeah, any specific tune?
Oh, I don't know. I fancy something quite modern but quite rocky. Oh, When Rivers Meet.
When Rivers Meet.
Yeah, there's about 2 or 3 years on the system. I can't remember the name of the track I want.
I'm trying to think what the geographical name is for that.
They're bluesy.
No, not that. The geographical term.
Is it a delta? Could it be a delta?
Nah, that's where it goes into the sea, you see.
Oh, you see. Estuary?
Maybe a delta. I can't remember.
Although an estuary is when they went to see a delta when they came together before they went into the estuary.
It could be. My geography's a bit rusty, if I'm honest.
Oh, dear.
Why can't I find this tune?
There's about 3 of them on there. When Rivers.
Yeah. Who's it by?
When Rivers Meet.
Oh, right, that's the artist.
That's the artist.
Oh, that's why I'm not finding it then, because I was looking for a song title.
Don't look for that. No, it's When Rivers Meet. Say they had one out. Oh, I'm trying to think what it's called. Head's gone.
Yeah, see, you're at the same point as me now.
I was going to play it earlier in the week and then we never got round to it.
Okay, right. Well, we can play that and catch up on some ads.
That sounds like a plan.
For the players.
The tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin Tires have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to. In the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can cool and look smarter. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to. You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder.
Trial on Nevis Radio is sponsored by Michelin and Trial Magazine.
The team are being fed and watered. It's like a grazing in the savannah.
Well, I decided to have something to eat just because I was getting a little bit peckish, and I've ended up with a Stornoway black pudding roll, courtesy of the Crofter, thanks to Bodie, who's been doing the serving this week, and Dale Monk of the Crofter Bar, who's been doing all the catering at the hub. And just something I'd just like to remind people of. There was a gentleman who came across some years ago from Puerto Rico, Philippe Coburg and his associates, and we'd just like to remember him because unfortunately after the last trial, I think he was the only Puerto Rican to get round the course at the Scottish 6 Days trial, something he was very proud of. Unfortunately he sustained cancer and sadly passed away, and I know that one or two of the riders have been riding this week with stickers on their helmet remembering Philippe Coburg. So just to remember the man who came all that way from Puerto Rico. He even created his own trial with help of others, of course, the Jurassic trial in Puerto Rico, which a lot of guys went. I know that Andy Perry went, and so did Lewis Bell and Scott Gordon, and them all went across to the Puerto Rican Jurassic trial just a few years ago.
Because I mean, from when I've been doing it, there's quite a few faces now aren't here. I mean, you sort of meet people, and there's certain people of certain generations, but it's some of the younger members too. I mean, as you say, through cancer and other illnesses and what happens in life accidents.
Well, it doesn't discriminate, does it?
No, that's right.
So, and of course, Gary McLennan and Paul Patterson riding this year, raising money for the Macmillan organisation. Is it Macmillan Nursing they call it? Yeah. So that all goes to help get over the disease.
How's that going, that total? Have you got it there?
I'm just refreshing the page just now.
Has it gone up at all? Is it, 9,100 when we started?
We've gone up 140 quid. We're up at 9,140.
Yeah, every little bit makes a difference.
Yeah.
So please check the Nevis Radio website page out, or do a search on the search now. I'm sure you put Just Giving Marie Curie maybe, or whatever it'll be. Macmillan maybe. Yeah, whichever one. Macmillan in it. Sure. You should better find it on there. But it's on our page. Or if you're not sure, give the studio a call and Si will point you in the right direction.
Yeah.
Just put a bit more on his plate. Got nothing else to do. Just sort of finishing off whatever he's eating, his juice.
And there's not many bikes left to go now. I reckon there's about 20
You're in 20-ish,
still in the Parc Ferme at the moment, but things are being disassembled. The Army have removed their tent that they were fueling the bikes up every night.
Yeah.
They've been doing the refueling for the Edinburgh and District Motor Club this week.
So we may actually get done a bit earlier than what we thought, possibly.
Yeah, probably. I mean, obviously things start to be disassembled now because obviously in just a few hours' time the car park will revert to being a car park again. The Parc Ferme will become a car park, courtesy of the Highland Council, I believe.
Yep.
And tourists, etc., will be able to use it from sometime tomorrow, because I think it's actually stopped up till the 8th of May, which is Sunday.
What happens tonight? Is there a prize giving? Does everybody stay around for that? Does it happen here? Does it happen somewhere else?
Yeah, it happens. The prize giving ceremony starts round about 9 o'clock this evening at the Nevis Centre at Anaird, which it's been based at for the last few years. So I believe that's starting round about 9 o'clock tonight, where all the finishers will be given their second, first class awards, whatever they've actually won, and of course the main awards as well, plus the new trophy that they've put up, Simon Valenti's put up this year in memory of his brother Peter, for the 206th finisher of the 2022 Scottish 6 Days Trial. And I think that's going to be a perpetual thing, an annual award, something for the clubmen to go for, and the hope that they might actually take home a trophy from the Scottish 6 Days.
No, definitely. We had a tune for John Hume, but I couldn't remember his wife's name, so we didn't play it.
Jane Hume, yes, his long-suffering wife, who's been up all week supporting him with Trial Magazine, and I can't remember what the tune was. You probably got that.
By Charles Aznavour.
Charles Aznavour, that's right.
We got that now?
All right, we do that now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm organised now, you see.
Yeah, prepped.
For the players.
Hard Parts clothing distributor, proud to be supporting the Scottish 6 Days Trial.
Gemma, I need 4 tyres for the car. I've looked online and around town. Everything is so expensive these days.
Oh, did you phone Fort William Tire Service? They're a completely local company who are mobile. They come to your work or home so you don't have to waste time hanging about waiting. They have all the major brands of tyres and always something to fit your budget. I'd definitely give them a call.
Gemma, you're a saviour. What's the number?
01397 700 277. Fort William Tire Service also offer a 24/7 roadside call-out service for cars or commercial vehicles. Local accounts of fleet contracts are also welcome. Car, van, lorry, tractor or anything with a tyre. Call Fort William Tire Service on 01397 700 277 or 07702 433 495. Find us on Facebook or email info@fort-tires.com. Your local independent tyre fitting team.
Have you heard of Oilfast? We offer the best prices on kerosene, heating oil, red diesel, lubricants, gas bottles, and even licensed AdBlue throughout Argyll and Lochaber. Our local experienced depot manager, John McPherson, has tankers operating in Fort William daily. John and the team can offer you the best prices possible, along with a personalised service to match. Are you wanting to win 500 litres of kerosene for free? All you have to do is order a minimum of 500 litres from Oilfast and quote Nevis Radio to our sales team to be entered into the prize draw. The winner will be contacted directly by our sales team. To get the best prices available, contact John and the local team on 01631 707 157. That's 01631 707 157. Or visit www.oilfast.co.uk.
The Scottish 6 Day Trial on Nevis Radio is sponsored by Michelin and Trial Magazine.
And we're just talking about what happens tonight, really, because I say we'll be packing up once we finish straight away. Everything comes out of the trailer, taken back to the studio. And you're going to be heading up the road tomorrow morning?
Yeah, I'll be going back home tomorrow, packing everything up into the vehicles and getting bikes in and all that sort of stuff, and then get back up the road. So yeah, it'll be good. Probably go to the presentation tonight, get a carry out before that, and just kind of relax now, hopefully. Hopefully relax.
You don't do that stressed in the first place, to be honest. Do you worry because Stephen's out? Does that sort of play on your mind?
There's always the sort of in the back of your mind thinking, hope the bike holds together all day today, so we don't know until, you know, the town hall bray. And what we're wanting to do is, rather than me going trying to see sections, I just thought, no, I think I'll hang about and catch him at town hall bray, the last section. I don't know if they're actually, they may well be finishing them here in the car park outside the hub. That's what they normally do, but they use this podium because they can't move that until the last man's away.
No.
So if they're doing the podium finish, then we'll probably see him at Town Hall Bray, sprint back down along the street to here, see him finish at the car park here, and then that'll be that wrap for 2022, hopefully.
Very
Fingers
good.
crossed.
Very good. Shall we look at the route? Is that
We'll look
possible
at the
to do
route.
that?
That's
see where they're actually all
available.
going today? Because so we've still got some leaving, so there's still lots of people to see.
Yeah, that's right. So the route today, which is Saturday, the 7th of May, that is basically starting off in the Kinloch Leaving area. So they're going down the Old Mamore Road, down to Group A, which is Sleach. The first rider appeared hopefully at 8 o'clock this morning, so they should be pretty well through Sleach by now. Second group of sections, Stob Coire at just a few miles along the Mamore Road, 2 sections there. Then to Upper Mamore, just above the old Mamore Lodge, Group C, and then down into Kinloch Leaving, across the wee bridge and up to Pipeline, which is on the Dam Road to Blackwater Dam. So there's 4 sections at Pipeline. First rider was there hopefully just after 9 o'clock. Then up over the hill via Blackwater, so up the Blackwater path, across to Group E, which is Loch Chirain, and then across the moor, taking in Loch Trig to the right, to the Lyrig, and further on to Group G, which is Bradeleg. And then they go across to down onto the main road, the 82. So you'll be seeing bikes going along the 82 any minute now. And then they'll be popping into Group H, which is Aachen T, which is on the lower slopes of Ben Nevis. Taking in Group I, which is on the slopes further round of Ben Nevis itself. So there's 4 sections at Ben Nevis in the burn there. Then dropping down into Glen Nevis, and then cross the River Nevis, and doubling back down the Glen, back into Fort William, and up to the final section of the day, which is one single sub at Town Hall Bray. But if you're local, you'll know that as the Rocky Bray.
Have we look at tomorrow's route, Mrs. W? It'll be out of the accommodation down the A82 along the bypass. Yep. Turning right at the roundabout.
Yeah.
Down towards Spring Bridge.
Right.
Yeah. Then you go up by the memorial, which is being renovated right now. Yeah.
That's right. They're renovating it.
Yeah. Doing a clean up through there, which is fantastic. Should be about. I think the actual bronze has been done. They've just got to do the paving and stuff around it and clean it up there.
Is this because the memorial wasn't so outstanding as it had been in?
Oh, it's just general maintenance for clean up, and they're they're tidying up the garden and the memorial garden and things like that as well. So there's a lot of stuff happening down there.
Yeah, it's good that.
Which is all good. And then you'll be heading up towards Inverness, I suppose.
Yeah, I will. Yeah,
so that's your route tomorrow.
Yeah, it's my route tomorrow.
Oh, gonna miss you in the morning. Not that much.
All good things, as they say.
No, definitely. We are here to the last rider. We reckon there's probably about another 10, maybe 20. We could be done a lot earlier than what we thought. More retirals.
A dozen, I think there's one.
Yeah, there's been obviously a lot more retirals. We thought it was about 20, but it must be about 40 or 50
about
retirals.
13 or 14. Well, actually, I'm counting in assistant clerk. Yeah. So about 12 left now. So a dozen riders still to go.
So I reckon we'll be finished about midday.
Yeah.
Here at Parc Ferme, and then it'll be over to the studios playing a bit of music until Viv comes in at 2.
Yep.
That'll be the plan there. Competition is now closed. Da, 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 da. We need a dramatic sound and some light effects. That's when it opens.
Ah, right, sorry.
When it closes, surely.
And I've lost the questions, haven't I?
I couldn't find them either. I looked for them. I couldn't find them.
I know what they were.
I made them up earlier.
Yeah.
How are we back in the studio in the way of numbers?
We've not got as many today. We're in double figures.
That's all right.
You got 15, so I can count that high quite quickly.
Cool.
Yep. Yeah. Well, for the first prize, the question was.
I'll stop you there.
Oh.
It's the last day. We need some drama.
Aha.
Can I phone a friend?
Already? I haven't even done the question. Which car have Trial Magazine been using at the 2022 Scottish 6 Days Trial?
It was a Kia.
Kia, that's right. The second question, for a goodie bag and an umbrella, who is the most successful Scottish 6 Days rider? That's the man that's won the most Scottish 6 Days.
The answer to that one, Dougie Lampkin.
No.
Oh no, go ping, no ping.
No ping there.
Oh, there you go. See, start something and don't finish it off. So there are your answers. So it was Kia and Dougie Lampkin. So 15 correct answers. Have all 15 got it correct?
Yes.
Good.
Oh, I've got something right.
Right.
I've got to be between 1 and 15. I was going to go 22, but that won't work. Number 12.
Okay. Next.
Number 15.
You're going for the last one? Okay.
Never done that before.
I did earlier.
Did you?
Day one I did that.
Okay, right. So today's winners, Bud Finlay, Laura Eaton.
There you go. Well done.
The Bud Finlay.
The Bud Finlay.
The Bud Finlay.
Yeah.
Who's connected to the lady we had a song from? Is that right? Wrong is wrong.
I don't know what you're on about.
Maybe not. Okay, just go with it. Maybe not.
Yeah.
Forget it.
But yeah, so Bud Finlay, Laura Eaton. Job's a good one.
Yeah. What are you pointing at?
Screen went blank.
What?
When he stood in that cable screen. Oh, there it's back again.
Oh, he's pulled it out.
That's what happened.
We had another system. He's ruined that system.
Everything's gone blank.
Oh, he pulled the battery out.
Oh, there's a battery gone. Well, of course, we're on longer now, aren't we?
Yeah, we've gone on a bit longer. Say this mic may die at some point because I can't charge this one up. But we'll work with it. We reckon we're working about 10 or 12 o'clock. We'll stay with you till then, I expect.
Not long to go.
Not long to go, and then we'll start packing up.
39.35 minutes.
Yeah. No, not long at all. And it's been a much nicer day weather-wise. As you said earlier on, this is almost perfect riding weather, I imagine.
Yep. And we've now got the husband and wife team of number 229 and 230 just about to leave. That's Dan Thorpe and Katie Sunterthorpe, who...
Katie's been doing this for years, hasn't
Katie's
she?
been doing it for quite a while, yeah. Probably more years than she'd care to be reminded of. So they're just about ready to go. So they'll be the next riders called on to starters' orders, just to the left of
I like
us.
the way they got their bikes always pointing the tyres together in a bit of unison. Love.
Yeah, that's
They're
it.
gorgeous.
So we've also got Dan's father, Dave Thorpe, who was a factory rider for Bultaco and Ossa, and CCM, although he doesn't like to be reminded of the CCM. Dave Thorpe's there, chatting to one of the officials, Keith Blythe there. And everybody's sort of cleaning up the car park now. The brooms and shovels are out, just making everything tidy.
I must say, the amount of people come through this car park, the amount of gaffer tape and rubbish and cable ties, it's always kept very clean.
Yeah, it's the way that's managed. That's Dan on the start podium, number 229. So I think most of the riders, well, all of the riders are here now that are getting ready to go, so we don't need to remind people to hurry up to their breakfast. They're all in the Parc Ferme, thank goodness.
I enjoyed my breakfast, so that was much needed.
Yeah, not many retirals this year if there's about 25 out.
That's what I heard.
That's not even 10% of the entry, which is quite good actually.
And most of it personnel problem rather than machine problem.
Yeah, that's right.
I understand, just aches, pains and...
Couple injuries,
few injuries.
that's about it.
Yeah, because it does take a toll on the body.
Yeah, so get well soon to anybody who has been injured, although they're very few. I think most of it's all sort of recoverable stuff. There's nothing too bad there, hopefully. And yeah, it's a case of now looking forward to 2023 after the presentation tonight, and they get all the awards out, and then the results will be published in the press, of which the Trial magazine will be part of that, of course, having a report on the Scottish 6 Days Trial 2022.
There you go. So back at the studio, we all caught up?
Yeah, pretty much. I've just notified the competition winners that they've won something.
Great.
Very good. And if you are sort of watching us, or you've missed watching us, and you're listening to us and you'd like to see what we've been doing, then you can do all this catching up later on through all the various platforms, basically
Definitely.
YouTube.
What we've got YouTube, obviously. You can check out our channel on that. Just look up Nevis Radio or Nevis Radio Official. You should find us there. You should have the full 6 days available to watch back. I think some of the days it's probably in like 1 or 2 videos where it's dropped and we put it back up.
Yeah.
But the full 6 days is there for you to watch at your own leisure. We'll probably sort it next week. So I think we've got days 1 to 4 on our Mixcloud. We'll get 5 and 6 up probably Monday.
Yeah, because you actually had the interview on its own of which we carried out with Gary McDonald, was on the Mixcloud last night.
Yeah, and we've also done the same for Inverlochy Primary School as well, so they've got
brilliant,
their
with their song.
audio back. Yep.
Teaching the world to sing, wasn't it? Yeah.
But yeah, you go there and you can listen back to that at your own leisure as well.
Brilliant.
And it's all free.
And it'll stay there forever and ever and ever until somebody takes over YouTube and says, no, you've got to pay for it, I imagine.
Pretty much.
Which may happen, you don't know, do you?
You never know. You never know. But yeah, but it's good to have the children on from Inverlochy Primary. It's a local connection there, and gave everybody a little bit of thought. And well done, the kids at Inverlochy. We shout out to them from John Moffat, the Trials Guru.
God, blimey, hark at that. See, name's been mentioned by him himself.
Yeah,
I feel like I should bow. I don't know what I should be doing.
Well, you know, I'm not a Trials Guru. That's the name of the website. But I'm
you
known
are a
as
guru
that.
of trials then.
Yeah.
Go for that one.
Yeah.
Guru.
Guru. Look it up.
Yes, definitely. I mean, in need of a tune, I think, before we have the race. Or do we want to wait until see the last ride off? What do you fancy doing? What we got, about 5 minutes, I reckon?
We've got enough to do a tune and then see the last ride.
Yeah, we'll have a tune. Yeah. You've got a tune, Mr. Moffat?
Yeah, what about the Stranglers, Always the Sun? Because it's sunny. Have you got that one in the system?
We have.
Just so you know, I can mix that. I can mix that quite well. Just putting it out there.
Brilliant.
Not until you do Geordie Heaney, I'm not interested.
Yeah,
you're not proved yourself.
1985.
Well, I gather from, if you're looking to finish about 12 o'clock, I think we're going to finish off with Inverlochy Primary, since
Here
we
we
just
are.
mentioned them. But yeah, we'll get Stranglers on and we'll be back.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to.
Stage Trial on Nevis Radio is sponsored by Michelin and Trial Magazine.
And a big shout out to all our sponsors. Without you, we wouldn't be here. So Michelin, Trial Magazine, Thistle Access, Fort William Hire Centre, Lochhillnet doing what they're doing, Dale Down keeping us fed and watered, even Nevis Bakery, a bit of shortbread's been quite nice, and of course Pico Clothing, who's been one of our
Pico
advertisers.
Factory Racing for hard parts and clothing, yeah.
Last rider is literally just poising on that thing. The back markers are getting ready to follow them round.
Yeah, the last rider today is rider number 240, a previous winner of the Scott Trial in Yorkshire. It's Phil Alderson, former Yamaha factory rider, now riding an electric start TRRS 1. So the last rider to leave the 2022 Scottish 6 Days Trial is Philip Alderson. He's the last man round. He'll probably be the last man finished, and he'll be a happy chappy when Saturday's all over.
And the four back markers, they're just getting in position now just to do what they do.
Yeah, we've got Robert Patterson and Craig Horn on Monteza 4RTs, just ready to follow the last man out.
What's his name, Craig?
Craig.
I called him Scott.
Scott Horn.
Oh, I got it right. Thank God.
Sorry,
you right, Mr. Moffat.
Yes, I've got a brother, you see. And and a couple other riders, Kevin Dignan and Jamie McIntyre, just ready to leave as well. So there's four men at the back, assistant clerks of the course, back marking today. Kevin Dignan, brother of David Dignan, who next year will be the clerk of the course of the Scottish 6 Days Trial 2023.
There's a fine-looking bunch, isn't it?
Ready to go, and it will just be a couple of minutes before they nip along down to Kinlochleven. No lunch stop today because it's a shorter route, but still all to play for. James Dable will be trying to do his best to outwit Dougie Lampkin, as there's only 2 marks adrift. He'll be watching for any mistake or listening to any mistake that's been made by Doug. Doug will be trying to keep it all together. That's his job today. So it'll be interesting to see whether a Beta will win or a Vertigo will win. Or will there be an outsider? Take the two of them. Who knows?
It's possible, isn't it? It's possible still.
It is absolutely possible here at the Scottish 6 Days Trial. 30 sections to go, and that's the back markers just leaving, all 4 strokes.
I think they're trying to make their statement.
Yeah, there we go. That's them away. So the car park is now officially clear of motorcycles. It won't open, just so that people know locally, it won't open until tomorrow sometime, because it's obviously still got a lot of equipment still to be moved around. So that'll be the car park back in operation after the 8th of May.
But we're going to stay with you till midday, seems the right thing to do. And then from 12 through to 2, it'll be a selection of tunes from our studios. Then Viv will be taking you through 2 through to 5 this afternoon. Back to normality, which will be, in a way, quite nice back at the studio, won't it?
Yes and no.
Yeah, you like this hype, don't you? And all the excitement.
I do like the buzz and the stress of these live events. There's something about them. They just bring it all to life a bit.
Yes.
Yeah, we have it.
And people, the noises in the background. I know I was trying to do some things the other day, and it just went. That's when they got the fuel problems, wasn't it? It was yesterday.
Yeah, that's right.
Try to do the local news, and I don't know if you could hear it at all. Was it playable?
No,
not really.
No.
What was happening was the bikes were actually being tested to make sure they were running correctly, and that normally doesn't happen because the bikes are only started when they come under starter's orders. They're given a route card and they're told to start the bike. They've got a minute to start, otherwise it's 5 marks lost. Earlier in the week on the Monday, Will McBain's Vertigo wouldn't start, and we all wondered what was wrong with it, and actually it had vapour locked after the parade. It had run low on fuel, and apparently it had confused the electronics, so they managed to get that sorted out quite quickly.
You got like air in the fuel line somehow because it
basically
runs too
something
low.
like that, yeah. But it's a fuel injected bike, so it's all computer controlled by the ECU built into the machine, so it's all very interesting stuff. Great that Nevis Radio still covers this unique event in the north of Scotland, in the Highlands. They're regarded as the sporting holiday in the Highlands, but very much a serious competition for the 288 riders who have taken part this year. Heavily oversubscribed at 612 people entering for 288 rides. So yeah, it's a popular event. It's an internationally known event. It's not a walk in the park. These guys have got to be fairly fit to do this day after day after day. And there we have it. The trial itself has been going since 1911, organised by the Edinburgh and District Motor Club since 1911, and it only has missed the war years 1914-18 and 1939 to 1946. After the war years, it was 1947 started up the Scottish 6 Days again, and used to be they started in Edinburgh and finished in Fort William until 1977, when the trial actually started and finished in Fort William due to the gathering of clans in Edinburgh.
Look who's just joined us.
Mrs. Weller.
The lady's been doing all the stuff behind the scenes.
Well, you're doing that. It's worth saying. You're saying we've been involved for quite some time.
Yep.
Provided we can still get all the general permissions and we've still got the support we can, we are not going anywhere. We'll keep the foot down and keep developing what we're doing.
Great. That's great news.
So you've been shut away in that Thistle Access trailer for 6 days.
I have, and it's quite cold in there.
Because it looks quite nice. You've got sort of sunshine roof in there. I thought it'd be quite nice.
No, it's very cold. And you told me I couldn't have any heating because the power wouldn't take it.
Exactly right.
So could we arrange that for next year? Solar panel, perhaps?
Well, we'll talk to somebody. Might be able to sort you a little hot pool out there, a little hot bath.
Mind you, on the weather this week, I need hydropower, I think.
Well, it's good to hear you saying coming back next year. That's really good. Thank you. That's signed in the contract now.
I haven't agreed to anything.
You just did.
No.
But what you've been doing a lot, you know, unsung hero in a way. You've been sort of doing the links between sign what we're doing here, making sure the sound's right, making sure the videos are right.
Yes, just pushing buttons basically, and just watching the videos and watching what's going out on the live feed and making sure that you're heard everywhere.
Oh, I like being heard. You like being heard everywhere, don't you?
Don't mind it.
A bit shy. But as I say, it is going. It's all. I keep saying, as I say, I've been noticed that quite a lot. Watching the feedback, it's not good. As I say, quite a lot. It's bad. As I say, all you do is sitting there pushing buttons in.
I'm not going to incriminate myself here because this is looking bad.
You just already signed the contract. Did you hear that, Si?
I did. It was a given anyway.
Because Monday, this is. Oh, I don't can do this anymore. It's my last year.
I say, if you've been watching the feed, I say all the feedback we've had on this has been great. I've got Philip and Jack's watching today saying they've loved the feed all week. It's been magic, and it's all been just put together basically as a live thing by Pam, who's been pressing the buttons for the
Don't push
vision.
the buttons. Go on, clear off.
So
that's it. That's your time. Off you go.
It all flows. Without someone pressing those buttons who's got a rough idea what's going on, we wouldn't have the feed that you guys have been watching today all week.
It's not just pushing buttons. She does a lot of other stuff in there, and they communicating between us and you to us. This needs doing, that needs doing. It makes a big difference.
You see, if you can't get heat in there, what about thermals?
Well, just dress properly, I reckon.
Well, thermals.
Warm socks.
That's it.
You guys have got about 2 minutes left because I've got a tune lined up to finish off on.
That's perfect.
Just under 2 minutes long, that tune.
Well, tell you what, I'm going to do the thank yous before we do run out of time, because that happens quite a lot. It is a big team effort, and I keep saying that. And with my chairman hat on, I'm proud as punch what we've done.
Brilliant.
So thank you very much to everybody. As a presenter point of view, it's great to have Si there sort of keeping the links and everything else going, and all the stuff that goes on behind the scene, putting the technology together. This has been months and months in the planning.
Yeah.
It didn't just get thrown together on Friday. It got put together on Friday, But there's a lot of planning and ideas and technology gone into this to try and make it the best we can make it. And that's what we always try and do. That's what John Hume says every time he comes back. We've done something different. It's better, it's better, it's better. And that's what we hope to do.
Brilliant.
And, of course, you, John Moffat, without you, there's not a lot to talk about.
Thanks for having me.
You're always welcome, you know that.
Always lovely to be a guest in Fort William and a guest of Nevis Radio. Thank you very much.
A colleague and a friend.
Yeah,
and you always
exactly.
keep in contact, which is great. Dan took a week's off holiday as well. Thank you very much, Dan. A.A.K. Lou. Lucy is finished today. That'll be the last time you hear about Lucy for now. Until the next outside broadcast. And Sean, he was at the beginning of the week. And Deborah, she joined us throughout the week as well, just making things go right. So that is my thank yous and all those sponsors and advertisers. I think we mentioned you a fair few times.
I think we have.
But it is very appreciated what happens to make this work. So there you go. So how long we got?
You got about a minute.
A minute. So, next year.
Next year. We'll
Same
be back.
place, same time?
Same time, same place.
First week in May.
First week in May. 1st of May till the 7th, I think. 6th, is it?
Yeah.
1st to the 6th of May. Yeah, the accommodation's already booked. It's in the bag.
And we had the Inverlochy P1 and P2 primary school.
Yeah.
Chatting to them yesterday, which was, I was put on the spot for that one because I went, oh, okay, you're talking to them. And their teachers and that. And they've been putting a song together just to raise awareness of Ukraine. And I felt it was absolutely fantastic. Youngsters of that age, it's affecting their lives just watching on TV and what's happening around the world. And they put a song together, I'd like to teach the world to sing. And we're going to play that as our last tune today and end our broadcast here from Parc Ferme here in Fort William. So thanks for joining us, thanks for listening, thanks for watching, thanks for contributing. Here is that tune, I'd like to teach the world to sing.
You're hanging me out for 30 seconds.
Have I? I thought that was it. Oh, blimey.
Yeah, no, it's all good. But no, I say we'll finish on that. I think it's a very apt way to finish. And I say for me, putting all this together, I say thank you very much to you crew down there as volunteers of the Nevis Radio as well.
Brilliant.
But I think lastly, big thanks to all those that have contributed in terms of texting, getting in touch, watching, listening, re-watching, sharing links. Without you guys, we're a bit stuck, so thank you.
It's just to have you there and to say, it's that feedback we just love and that interaction.
It is indeed.
That's why
Right.
your community station.
Primary 1 and 2, Inverlochy Primary. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye from us.
I'd like to build the world a home and furnish it with love. Grow apple trees and honey bees and snow white turtle doves. I'd like to teach the world to sing in perfect harmony. I'd like to hold it in my arms and keep it company. I'd like to keep the world with words, we'll stand hand in hand, and hear them echo through the hills, oh peace throughout the land. Let's begin today. Put your hand in my hand, help me find the way. Build the world a home and finish it with love. Apple trees and honey bees and snow white turtle doves. I'd like to teach the world to sing in perfect harmony. I'd like to hold it in my arms and keep it company. I'd like to see the world for once. I'll stand in hand
From 96
and hear them echo through the hills, oh peace throughout the land.
Be the biggest party. The Alliance Party has also done well, but the DUP's overall share of the vote has fallen. Well, the Prime Minister has reportedly